So a fantastic day of racing ahead of us. Lots of finals. And the first on the program is the direct final of the Women's Open K2 500 in lane 1. Sunshine Coast composite team of Sarah Major and Phoebe Woodhouse. In lane 2, the PA Direct composite Phoebe Wills-Grace and Emerson Hardy. The West Lakes composite of Jasmine Raywood and Caitlin Webber in lane 3. In 4 from Currumbin Creek, the composite team Alexandra Clark and Claudia Bailey. In lane 5, Wynnum Redlands composite Leila Furness and Jasmine Lane. In 6, the Evoca composite of Kaylee Harlan and Natalia Drobot. In 7, the Bayswater composite Jasmine Locke and Sammy Lowry. In 8, from Bayswater, Jen Stanley and Abby Major. And in 9, the Sunshine Coast composite team of Elizabeth Lee and Lani Steele. So away and racing in event 1 of day 3, and it is the Evoca composite team of Kaylee Harlan and Natalia Drobot getting away well, as was Elizabeth Lee and Lani Steele, the Sunshine Coast composite team. Finesse and Lane also off to a good start. It looks like it may be Harlan and Drobot in the lead in the early stages as they make their way past the halfway mark. Clark and Bailey, the Currumbin Creek composite team, as well, being pushed all the way by Raywood and Webber. Phoebe Wills-Grace and Emerson Hardy trying to stay with them at the moment, as is Major and Woodhouse across there in lane 1. But as they approach the 200 metre mark, and it looks like it is the Evoca composite team of Harlan and Drobot with the slightest of leads as they hit that 200. Clark and Bailey pressuring them, so it looks like it is going to be between Harlan and Drobot, then Clark and Bailey, with Locke and Lowry as well right in amongst the mix for the medals. Heading across the far side, Raywood and Webber pushing strong, being pressured there by Wills-Grace and Hardy as well, but it looks like it will be the team in lane 6 of Harlan and Drobot, the Evoca composite. They're going to take it out. The battle will be on for the minor medals, and it looks like it will be Clark and Bailey in there for second. Raywood and Webber will take third, but the winners, no doubt about them, from lane 6, Harlan and Drobot, the Evoca composite. Clark and Bailey picking up the silver medal, and Jasmine Locke and Sammy Lowry, the Bayswater composite, there in lane 7, picking up the bronze medal. Unofficial, of course, but that is race 1, the Women's Open K2 500, the direct final, the first race of a full program today, as we see Lee and Steele about to cross the line. Just couldn't pin back Finesse and Lane from Wynnum Redlands composite. So a great start to the day. 33 degrees is the forecast temperature as the competition heats up. So does the temperature. 35 expected tomorrow and 37 on the final day. Beautiful conditions here this morning. It's glassy surface, no breeze to speak of. Warm conditions early. And the second race on the program should be an absolute beauty. The Men's Open K2 500. Blink and you'll miss it. Lane 1, the South Australian composite team, Aidan Carberry and Max Humphreys. In 2 from City Northern Beaches, Harry Torrens and Bailey Clues. In lane 3, the Onkaparinka composite of Luke Egger and Maguire Reid. In lane 4 from Queensland, Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen. They'll be pushed all the way by lane 5, the Queensland team of Jean Vasta Van Huysen and Jackson Collins. In lane 6, the Illawarra Composite, Zico Vesley and Callum Elliott. In 7, the New South Wales Composite team of Alex Woodhouse and Jake Morris. The Bayswater team in lane 8, Mitch Tamblin and Sam Myers. And in lane, the Manly Warringah Composite team of Aidan Han and Sean Rice. Nothing separating these pairs when they went around yesterday. It was Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen. They had the fastest time in the semi-final of 1:36.06, with John Vasta Westhuizen and Jackson Collins in 1:36.44. Handful of teams in that 1:37 mark, so this will be tight. But watch those middle lanes, 4 and 5, the teams of Tom Green, Pierre van der Westhuizen and Jean Vasta Westhuizen and Jackson Collins. They're the ones to watch. But this is an open race there for the taking. Some quality teams. The men's K2 500 final. And they are away, and Vasta Westhuizen and Collins probably the best off the line, but gee, you could throw a long blanket right across them, all these teams off to a flying start. But I think it was Vasta Westhuizen and Collins in lane 5. Tom Green and Pierre van Westhuizen also pushing quickly. Harrison, Torrens and Clues off to a good start, as was Eggar and Reid across there in lane 3. Woodhouse and Morris also in lane 7. But it looks like it might be Vesley and Elliott certainly off to a flyer. Vesta Westhuizen and Collins pushing them hard across in that centre lane. Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen setting the early pace. It's very tight as they approach the 200 metre mark. Nothing separating these teams. Carberry and Humphreys and Torrens and Clues with a little bit of work to do, as is Eggar and Reid. The longer this race goes, Green, Pierre van der Westhuizen, look, they might just be in the lead at the moment there. In lane 4, in fact it is Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen. They are starting to steam away at the moment, being chased by Han and Rice across here in 9, also Tamblin and Myers in lane 8. But it will be the lane 4 pairing of Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen pushing hard for the victory, being chased down there by Jean van der Westhuizen and Jackson Collins. And then across to Eggar and Reid. But it will be from lane 4. Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen will pick up the gold medal. Jean Vasta Westhuizen and Collins the silver, and then Luke Eggar and Maguire Reid picking up the bronze medal. Nice finish by the Onkaparinka composite team, but no doubts at all about the winner. Tom Green and Pierre van der Westhuizen, they had the fastest time in the semi-final and the fastest time in the final as well. So the next race, the Canoe Men's K1 500 Open Multi-Class Seating. In lane 2 from Bayswater, Griffin Angelatos. In 3 from Hurricane Paddling, Mark Daniels. In 5 from Varsity Lakes, Cameron Goodrich, and lane 6 from Champion Lakes, Ben Sainsbury. So they are away and racing. Griffin Angelatos from Bayswater getting off the line first. Sainsbury as well from Champion Lakes. Off to a good start. Goodrich and Daniels as well. So all away cleanly, but Angelatos from Bayswater with the best of the starts. And again, not a whole lot separating these paddlers. Angelatos and Goodrich probably leading in the early stages. Just starting to put some distance on Daniels and Sainsbury. This is the Canoe Men's K1 500. That's an open multi-class seating. And as they approach the 200, we will get a good indication of where these paddlers are at. And it certainly will be Angelatos in the lead by just over a boat length over Cameron Goodrich. So it'll be Angelatos at the 200 first, then Goodrich, Mark Daniels from Hurricane Paddling, and then Ben Sainsbury from Champion Lakes as they approach the final stages of this race. And Angelatos just managing to maintain the lead that he does have in this Canoe Men's K1 500 metre open multi-class seating race. And with 40 metres to go, it will be Griffin Angelatos from Bayswater. He'll take line honours here this morning. Cameron Goodrich from Varsity Lakes will cross the line in second. Mark Daniels from Hurricane Paddling, he'll be third as Goodrich crosses the line. And then Ben Sainsbury from Champion Lakes crossing the line there in fourth place. So a great race, led from start to finish. Griffin Angelatos from Bayswater with Cameron Goodrich crossing the line in second place, followed by Mark Daniels from Hurricane Paddling and Ben Sainsbury from Champion Lakes. So we continue on the fourth race of this morning, the Canoe Women's K1 500 metre open multi-class seating race. Again, 4 competitors in it. In lane 2 from West Lakes, Kirsty Maiden. In lane 4 from Queensland, Kaya Scholl. In 5 from Bayswater, Amy Ralph. And in lane 6 from West Lakes, Emily Pay. So we are away in the Canoe Women's K1 500 metre open multi-class event, and it was Amy Ralph from Bayswater quickest off the line. Emily Pay from Westlakes going with her as well, then Kaya Scholl and Kirsty Maiden from Westlakes. But a terrific start from Amy Ralph. Got that boat up and running. Emily Pay, though, now starting to find a little bit of rhythm on her own, and she pulled right up alongside Ralph, who had that blistering start. Kaya Scholl as well has got herself up in the mix. Kirsty Maiden there from Westlakes trying to stay with the leaders. So it is the Canoe Women's K100 500 metre open multi-class. It's a seeding race. So racing it against the clock, and it looks like Emily Pay from Westlakes. She has paddled down Amy Ralph after Ralph got away so quickly. But Emily Pay just looking strong, looking comfortable as they cross that 200 metre marker. Amy Ralph trying to stay with her. Kaya Scholl as well, trying to stick with Amy Ralph, the Bayswater paddler. But it is Emily Pay from Westlakes. She's got about a boat length lead over Ralph, and Ralph a similar distance over Kaya Scholl from Queensland. Good solid paddle from Kirsty Maiden from Westlakes, but just not quite quick enough. So it's definitely going to be Emily Pay who's going to take line honours. A real strong finish here from Kaya Scholl, pushing hard to try and catch Amy Ralph. Scholl just might get there. Ralph's trying to hang on with just 10 to go. Tight finish. Ralph half a boat length. She'll just take it. So Emily Pay line honours. Amy Ralph in second, just ahead of a very fast finishing Kaya Scholl. Only half a boat length in it at the end, with Kirsty Maiden from Westlakes just about to cross the line. So another good race here as part of the Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships for 2025. Big full day program. And it continues with a mixed race, so two within one. The women's 18 and under C1 500 seeding. So in lane 7, Emily McMullen from Westlakes and Ellie Kernahan from Westlakes in lane 8. And then within this same race, the women's C1 500 seeding. In lane 3 from Avoca, Penelope Strickland. In 4 from Westlakes, Josephine Bulmer. In 5 from Westlakes, Eva Bruce. In 6 from Queensland, Caitlin Bow, and Bayswater's Jen Stanley in lane 7. So 2 into the 1, the women's 18 and under C1 500 seeding. They'll be in lane 7 and 8. And then the women's C1 500 competitors also in this field. So it will be Jen Stanley in lane 2 in this event. So we are away in the women's 18 and under C1 500 seating, and also the women's open C1 500, a race within a race here this morning. Jen Stanley from Bayswater in lane 2. Penelope Strickland from Avoca in 3, Josephine Bulmer from West Lakes in 4, Eva Bruce from West Lakes in 5, and Caitlin Bow from Queensland in lane 6. And it looks like Penelope Strickland just trying to hang on there with Josephine Bulmer. And Emily McMullen looking like she has get an early lead in that women's 18 and under C1 division. Josephine Bulmer just with a nose in front in the women's open, the C1 500 seating race. So it's going to be tight between those two. Eva Bruce as well, trying to stay tight, as is Penelope Strickland. But it will be Josephine Bulmer from lane 4 setting the early pace, as is Emily McMullen just ahead of Ellie Kernahan in that women's 18 and under C1 division. There are the nearest lanes to the grandstand, lane 7 and 8. McMullen it is in 7, Kernahan in 8. And then across in the middle of the field it is Bulmer from West Lakes. So it will be Josephine Bulmer from West Lakes. She'll take out the women's C1 500 seating. Emily McMullen will take the women's 18 and under C1 500 seating. And then second place to cross the line will be Eva Bruce, but it will be Josephine Bulmer. Convincing win for her. Likewise for Emily McMullen. And then Eva Bruce from West Lakes. She'll pick up second in the open division, as Jen Stanley, in fact that was Ellie Kernahan just crossing the line, and then Penelope Strickland picking up the third place in that open women's division. Jen Stanley finishing strongly there in lane 2, as is Caitlin Bow from Queensland in lane 6. Tough race. These boats very tippy, very hard to paddle. So well done to all those competitors. But it was Josephine Bulmer taking out the women's C1 500 and Emily McMullen, the women's under 18 C1 500 seating races. And a fair bit going on in this next one as well. So in lane 5, the men's 16 and under C1 500. In lane 5 from West Lakes is Ryan Ness. In lane 8 as part of the men's open C1 500 direct final, Max Ganjic from West Lakes. The men's C1 500 over 65. In lane 3 from Essendon, Predrag Bradilovic. And then the mixed K2 500 I believe as well. The 12 and under direct final from Cobran Baruga composite of Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin. So plenty going on in this one. Direct finals for all these competitors. So they are away and away cleanly. And it looked like Max Gansiuk from West Lakes. He's the men's Open C1 500, a direct final. He got off to an absolute flyer. Ryan Ness also from the men's 16 and under C1 500. These are direct finals for all these competitors, racing against the clock. But great to have some other competitors out there with them to push them along. So over there in lane one, it is the Cobram Baruga composite of Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin, the mixed K2 500, 12 and under. Just the youngsters out there, a direct final for them. All about learning their craft. Then Predrag Bradilovic in lane three from Essendon. He's the men's C1 500 metre over 65. Direct final for him. Then Ryan Ness from West Lakes in lane 5 is the men's 16 and under C1 500, a direct final for him. And then Max Gansiuk from West Lakes in the men's Open C1 500. So all these competitors racing against the clock. And it will be Max Gansiuk. He'll take line honours. I'd love to try and get a time on it. He's absolutely flying. So a great result there for Max. We'll try and get a time on that one, but he certainly looked very strong the whole way through that 500 metre course. As does Ryan Ness. He's had a good solid paddle. The pace set early there by Max, so something for young Ryan to measure himself against. So Ryan Ness crossing the line, the men's 16 and under C1 500, the direct final for him, again racing against the clock. Then across there in lane one, the youngsters just under 12, the mixed K2 500, Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin from Cobram Baruga, the composite team. So the start of what will hopefully be long careers for those two young paddlers, Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin, just 12 and under. And then in lane three, it is the men's C1 500 over 65 direct final. Predrag Bradilovic and Predrag been out there volunteering as well as a boat umpire, so a great club man, a great man to have in the paddling community, and he will take out the men's C1 500 metre over 65 national title. So well done to Predrag Bradilovic. So underway in the mixed K2, 500 metres for the 18 and under in lane 1 from Avoca, Emily Rose and Julian Glue. In 2 from Mackay, Christian Island and Eden Sakura. In 3, the Bayswater Composite team of Flynn Whelan and Claudia Ketteringham. In 4, from Sydney Northern Beaches Composite, Jerome Drobot and Olivia Clues. In 5, the Sunshine Coast Composite, Zoe Moore and Byron Diekman. In 6, from Manly Warringah, Tess Lever and Marte Els. In 7, from West Lakes, Jasmine Stutt and Aidan Hall. 8, the WA Composite team, Adelaide Hilton and Finlay Caruana. And in 9, from Bayswater, Stella Dark and Zen Salisbury. And again, really tight racing by these under 18 mixed K2 500 metre competitors. Really nothing separating them as they hit that 200 metre mark. Out here in lane 8, Stella Dark and Zen Salisbury getting away very, very well indeed. But it looks like it might be the team of Jerome Drobot and Olivia Clues there in lane 4, setting an early pace, possibly about a half a boat length ahead of Zoe Moore and Byron Diekman from the Sunshine Coast competition. They've both had some good individual results. Tess Lever and Marte Els as well, not letting these leaders get away. And across there in lane 1, the Avoca crew, Emily Rose and Julian Glue. But it looks like it will be that lane 4 pairing, Jerome Drobot and Olivia Clues. Looks like they're going to take out this final, but nothing separating. The big chase now coming from Zoe Moore and Byron Diekman, the Sunshine Coast Composite, Whelan and Ketteringham as well. But it will go to the Jerome Drobot, Olivia Clues pairing. They'll take out first place. Zoe Moore and Byron Diekman from the Sunshine Coast Composite in second. The Bayswater Composite of Flynn Whelan and Claudia Ketteringham in third place. And Emily Rose and Julian Glue fast finishing there in lane 1, taking out fourth place. But tight racing in the mixed K2 500 metre 18 and under race, but it was won in the end there by the Sydney Northern Beaches Composite side, Jerome Drobot and Olivia Clues. So great racing. All unofficial, of course, but Drobot and Clues by about a boat length over Zoe Moore and Byron Diekman. So the first of the medal presentations, not that far away. That'll take place after this race, which is the mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under. In lane 1, the Avoca Composite team of Lachlan Matthews and Ashley Pegram. In 2, from Fairfield, Jessie Yu and Cooper Alt. In 3, the Bayswater Composite, Alistair Marsden and Emma Jarvis. In 4, the Currumbin Creek Composite of Hayley Dunbar and Riley Scott. In 5, from Fairfield, Abby Osborne and Axel Tan. In 6, the Bayswater Composite, Camilla Barbie and Orlando Fonseca. They'll be ones to watch. In 7, from Swan, Ellie Nivort and Alexander Small. In 8, from Avoca, Brodie Frew and Bronte Kipax. And in lane 9, the Sydney Northern Beaches Composite of Ella Pegram and Finlay McLennan. That's how they line up. The mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under final. Lots of finals on the program today. National titles on the line. So they are away. And the Currumbin Creek Composite side, Hayley Dunbar and Riley Scott off to an absolute flyer in lane 4. Great combination by these young athletes. Marsden and Jarvis trying to stay with them, as is Osborne and Tan there from Fairfield in lane 5. But it looks like it is Dunbar and Scott, possibly just ahead of Osborne and Tan and Marston and Jarvis. Trying to stay with them. Pegram and Finlay McLennan in 9. Also not letting them get away. Just ahead probably of Frew and Kipax from Avoca. Next to them they may be actually drawing alongside as Nearvort and Small. They start to find their rhythm as well. They're in lane 7. So again, nothing separating these competitors. Dunbar and Scott, the Currumbin Creek composite, starting to get their nose in front. Osborne and Tan from Fairfield trying to stay with them. But it is Dunbar and Scott at the moment in the lead of this mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under final. So Dunbar and Scott trying to hang on. Osborne and Tan chasing hard, as is the team of Barbie and Fonseca. They're finishing strongly. Can Fonseca and Barbie, can they take the silver? I don't think they will. So the winners will be Dunbar and Scott, the Currumbin Creek composite, followed by Osborne and Tan from Fairfield, and then Barbie and Fonseca from Bayswater. Jesse Yu and Cooper Alt from Fairfield, and crossing the line. Then not much separating Nearvort and Small from Swan, Kipax and Frew from Avoca, and also Pegram and McLennan. And then Lockie Matthews and Ashley Pegram bringing it home. But a great victory there by Hayley Dunbar and Riley Scott, the Currumbin Creek composite side, coached by Scott Dunbar and David Smith. National title to them. Osborne and Tan picking up the silver, and Barbie and Fonseca the bronze medal in the mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under final.
So if you want to just call that the presentation, the 840 will start now. We'll start with the Canoe.
So ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony and the medal presentations about to get underway, and we'll start with those Canoe events, which will be the men's 16 and under C1 500, the men's open C1 500, the men's C1 500 over 65s, so the first of the medal presentations, the men's 16 and under C1 500, the men's open C1 500, and the men's over 65 C1 500. So the first of the medal presentations this morning is for the men's C1 500 over 65. So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships, and the event is the men's C1 500 metres over 65. And the gold medal goes to, from the Essendon Club, Predrag Bradilovic. So the winner of that gold medal from the Essendon Club, Predrag Bradilovic, gold medalist in the men's C1 500 metres over 65. And congratulations to Predrag, very popular winner. And a great member of the kayaking community. So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships. These are the men's 16 and under C1 500 metres. And the gold medal goes to Ryan Ness from Westlakes. Congratulations to Ryan, certainly one to watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships, the mixed K2, 500 metre, 12 and under. And the gold medalists from the Cobran Baruga Composite, Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin. And congratulations to those two superstars of the sport, Daphne Bradley and Jack Corrin, the gold medalists in the mixed K2 500 metre 12 and under. So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships, the mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under. So the medal winners for the mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under. So in third place, representing the Bayswater Paddle Sports Club and the Swan Canoe Club, Camilla Barbie and Orlando Fonseca. In second place, representing the Fairfield Canoe Club, Abby Osborne and Axel Tan. And the gold medal, the Australian Championships in the mixed K2 500 16 and under, the Currumbin Creek Paddlers Club, Manly Warringah Kayak Club Composite, Hayley Dunbar and Riley Scott. So congratulations to all competitors and in particular the medal winners of the mixed K2 500 metre 16 and under event. Ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships, the mixed K2 500 metre 14 and under event. And the bronze medal to Joel Moritz and Serena Lee. The silver medal to Isabel Ireland and Caden Lee. And the gold medal in the mixed K2 500 metre 14 and under, the Australian champions Catherine Shen and Hugo Marsden. So congratulations to the medal winners in the mixed K2 500 metre 14 and under. So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships. It is the Men's Open C1 500. And the gold medal representing West Lakes Paddle Sports, Max Ganziuk, coached by Reese Backus. So congratulations to Max, the Australian champion in the Men's Open C1 500. So the next medal presentation will be for the mixed C2 500 Open. So the mixed C2 500 Open will be the next medal presentation ceremony. So that should be 143.
representative from each boat for gold and silver. Their partners haven't showed up.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the awards ceremony for the mixed C2 500 Open. So the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships, the mixed C2 500 Open medal presentation. And the silver medal from the West Lakes Paddle Sports, Eva Bruce and Ryan Ness. Luckily, Ryan got to the start line a little bit quicker than he did to the medal presentation. But great to have him down there. So Ryan Ness and Eva Bruce, the silver medalists in the mixed C2 500. And the gold medal winners from West Lakes Paddle Sports, Max Ganziuk and Josephine Bulmer. So they are your medalists at the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships in the mixed C2 500 Open. Congratulations to Max and Josephine on the gold medal and Eva and Ryan on the silver medal. So as we continue the medal presentations, if we could get the athletes from the Paracanoe Men's K1 200 metre Open multiclass and the Paracanoe Women's K1 200 Open multiclass, if they can make their way down to the presentation area, that would be fantastic. So the medal winners in the Paracanoe Men's and Women's K1 200 metre Open multiclass. Medal winners, if you could make your way down to the presentation area. So for the final medal presentations, if we can get the medal winners from the mixed K2 500 metre open event, that's the mixed K2 500 metre open event, the mixed K2 500 metre 18 and under event. So it's the mixed K2 500 open and under 18 competitors. Also the Canoe men's and women's K1 200 metre open multi-class, and the men's and women's open K2 500, the men's and women's open K2 500. If any of those medal winners are in the vicinity, if you could please make your way down to the medal presentation arena. Sam Myers, Jackson Collins, Bailey Clues. Could go any way, that men's open K1 200. But all eyes initially on this men's 14 and under K1 200 final. Not far away from a start. Beautiful conditions, top of 33 degrees expected today, 35 tomorrow and warming up to 37 on Sunday. So we are away in the men's 14 and under K1 500. Alexander Lyons from Onkaparinka getting away cleanly. Hugo Marsden as well from Swan away into his stride really early. Nice lead picked up straight away by Marsden there from the Swan Canoe Club. This is the final of the men's 14 and under K1 200. And it looks like Marsden pulling away. Caden Lee there from Mackay, trying to hang on to second. The chase coming from Alexander Lyons from Onkaparinka and Joel Moritz as well from Currumbin Creek. May have paddled himself into second. It's going to be a convincing victory for Marsden from Swan. The minor medals, though, very tight between Moritz and Lee. I think Lee may just have got it over Moritz, with Alexander Lyons from Onkaparinka picking up fourth place, but no doubt at all about the winner, Hugo Marsden from Swan. His coach, Demi O'Brien, very happy with that result.
Boat control, BCJ, race 162, boats 4625.
So next up is the men's open K1 200, the B final. In lane 1 from Illawarra, Callum Elliott. In 2 from Manly Warringah, Michael Dunbar. Sean Rice from Manly in lane 3. Tom Ladson from Fairfield in 4. Maguire Reid, the favourite going into this race from Onkaparinka in lane 5. James Murray from Yarra Paddlers in 6. Jake Morris from New South Wales in 7. Alex Woodhouse from the Sunshine Coast in 9. And in 8, I should say, and alongside him in lane 9 from the Sunshine Coast, Samuel Henson Thompson. Henson Thompson got plenty of speed, just needs to get that boat going. He's got a big rig, lots of weight for that boat to hold. So he needs to get it up and running. But Maguire Reid's certainly going to the race as favourite. The quickest time by about a second out of the semi-finalists. Maguire Reid doing a 38.09 in his semi-final. The next best, Tom Ladson, with a 39.45. So Maguire Reid taking some good form into this Men's Open K1 200B final at the 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships. The A final not far away, but this B final will provide some high quality racing. So away in this B final of the men's K1. In fact, it has been a bit of a false start. Maguire Reid getting away well, as did Jake Morris and Sam Henson Thompson as well. Getting that boat moving, but they'll have to bring it back. A little bit of nervous energy in this B final of the men's K1 200. There's the lineup from lane 1 through to 9. Elliott, Dunbar, Rice, Ladson, Maguire Reid, the one to watch in 5. Murray, Morris, Woodhouse and Henson Thompson in lane 9. So take 2 after the full start in this Open men's K1 200B final. So this time they are away cleanly. Once again, Morris out early, as was Reed and Henson Thompson. Maguire Reed setting the early pace. Sean Rice in lane 3 from Manly. Also there, Dunbar and Elliott across in lane 1. Nothing separating these paddlers as they approach the halfway stage of this race. Reed may just have his nose in front. Dunbar, though, not letting him get away with it. Rice as well, pushing hard. It looks like it might be Dunbar. Dunbar may have it. Now Reed starts to fire up. Ladson as well. It looks like it might go to Rice. In fact, it might be Reed. Oh, too close to call. Woodhouse as well. It'll be between Woodhouse, Reed, Ladson and Rice. Nothing separating these paddlers. Tremendous racing from a very strong field of 9, and there'll be more of that to come in the A final, but we'll wait for the judges to announce the winner of that one. Dunbar and Rice looking very strong, as was Ladson. Reed finishing strongly. Which takes us to the A final of the men's Open K1 200. In lane 1, Zico Vesley from New South Wales, Bailey Clues from Sydney Northern Beaches in 2, Luke Egger from Canning River in 3, Jean Vastaveshuizen in 4 from Queensland, Tom Green in lane 5 from Queensland, Pierre van der Westhuizen in 6, also from Queensland, Sam Myers from Bayswater in 7, Jackson Collins from Queensland in 8, and Harry Torrens from Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 9. Luke Egger and Tom Green, the only paddlers to go under the 37-second mark in the semi-finals. Green doing a 36.59, Egger a 36.97. And then a handful in that 37.38 low. So the B final was tight. The A final will be no different. Green probably going in as an early favourite, but Luke Egger known for his electric starts. So the start In fact, it has been a short break again. That nervous energy. An Australian title, one of the blue ribbon events at this 2025 Paddle Australia Canoe Sprint Championships. It is the A final of the men's Open K1 200. All about those fast twitch fibres. Explosive power, high rating. They're like dogs that just want to be left off the leash. These K1 200 paddlers. And that's how they line up from lane 1 to 9. It is Vesely, Clues, Egger, Van der Westhuizen, that's Jean, Tom Green in the middle, Pierre, Van der Westhuizen, then Myers, Collins and Torrens. Green with the fastest semi-final time. He's in lane 5. Luke Egger with the second fastest semi-final time in lane 3. So this time they are away clean, and once again Tom Green getting away early, as has Egger with his electric start. Van der Westhuizen, Jean and Paul, Pierre both going well, Tom Green as well, Collins, Torrens, Myers, they're all in great form. Luke Egger across there in lane 3. Got his nose maybe just in front at the moment, Van der Westhuizen and Egger. In fact, it might be the two Van der Westhuizens just ahead of Green at the moment. Luke Egger looks like he might just have his nose in front, so it's going to be Luke Egger. Will Luke Egger hang on? Tom Green, Van der Westhuizen. Oh, it was 4 in a row. Too hard to call. Jackson Collins and Vesely also, but between Luke Egger, Jean Van der Westhuizen, Tom Green and Pierre Van der Westhuizen, just nothing separating them. All lunging at the same time. Luke Egger had the nose in front with about a metre to go. Tight racing as expected, but nothing separating those top 4 paddlers. Tremendous race, living up to expectations. No idea who won it. It was that close. So we move to the women's 8-10 and under K1 200 after the excitement of that A final. In lane 1, Alicia Burrows from West Lakes, Harper Lovett from Mackay in 2, Albie McInnes from Manly in 3, Lily Burgess from Onkaparinka in 4, Stella Dark from Bayswater in 5, Jasmine Stewart from West Lakes in 6, Olivia Marr from Fairfield in 7, Tess Lever from Manly Warringah in 8, and Bianca Raywood from Currumbin Creek in lane 9. So all away cleanly. Bianca Rayward from Currumbin Creek certainly getting off the line quickly. Stella Dark as well there from Bayswater. We've seen those competitors over the whole weekend. The speed that the West Australians do get off the line. Burrows, Lovett and McInnes all in amongst it as well. Dark may just have the nose in front. Bianca Raywood still paddling incredibly strongly on this inside lane here in lane 9. Lever there as well, and Marr. So nothing separating these paddlers. It looks like McInnes and Dark, the front runners at the moment. Lane 3 and lane 5. Dark in lane 5. Puts the head down, being chased by McInnes in 3. Dark's going to take it. McInnes will pick up second. Burgess there from Onkaparinka in third. But a great race by Stella Dark from Bayswater, taking out the women's 18 and under K1 200 B final.
Race 164 is clear.
Copy 164 clear. Race 165, boats 5, 3, 4, 6.
So away, this is the women's 18 and under K1 200 final. Rose from Avoca in 1, Sakura from Mackay in 2, Dooney from Northern Beaches in 3, Ketteringham from Bayswater in 4, Clues from Sydney Northern Beaches in 5, Cassidy from Bayswater in 6, Hilton from Bayswater in 7, Tan from Fairfield in 8, and Moore from Bayswater in 9. And it looks like Ketteringham from Bayswater in that blue boat in lane 4, looking good at the moment. She's got about a half a boat length over. It looks like Cassidy from Bayswater as well. Across in lane 2, Sakura pushing hard as well. It's going to be Ketteringham is going to take it out. The minor medals are going to be where the interest is. Big strong finish there from Cassidy. Cassidy might pick up the silver. I think she will. And very tight between Hilton and Clues as well. So really tight racing once again. But it was Claudia Ketteringham, coached by Ramon Anderson, the West Australian from the Bayswater Club, taking out the gold medal in the women's 18 and under K1 200.
Boat control, DCJ. Race 166, boats 4, 6, 7, 5.
Can you repeat those numbers?
4, 6, 7, 5.
Thank you.
4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4, 6, 7, 5. 4,
So next up, the women's 16 and under K2 200 in lane 1 from Fairfield, Blythe Osborne and Hugh White Chan. In 2 from the Gold Coast, Taylor Smith Miller and Layla Moody. In 3 from Fairfield, Abby Osborne and Yujing Zhang. 4 from Avoca, Liv Manser and Bronte Kipax. In 5 from a Fairfield composite team, Hayley Dunbar and Jessie Fu. Ellie Nevort and Camilla Barbie from Swan in 6. Mia Wall and Maya Murphy from Fairfield in 7. The Pegrams, Ashley and Ella from Avoca in 8. And then Emma Jarvis and Isabella Wallace in lane 9, the Fairfield composite team. So away in the final of the women's K2 under 16 200 metre race. And it was Wall and Murphy getting away cleanly, as was Nevort and Barbie from Swan, the Fairfield composite side of Dunbar, and you as well. And it is that Fairfield composite crew in lane 5 of Dunbar and Jessie Yu pushing hard. Osborne and Yang from Fairfield as well. Across in lane 3, paddling strongly, as is Osborne and Chan. Across in lane 1, it's going to be a battle between the Fairfield, the composite, and Fairfield. Fairfield composite may just have their nose in front in lane 5. Dunbar and Jessie Yu, they'll take it out. Fairfield's team of Osborne and Yang will pick up the bronze, and a great finish by the Pegram sisters, Ashley and Ella, to take 3rd place and the bronze medal in that women's 16 and under K2 200. And just the unofficial results of that men's K1 200. We knew it was tight and the times reflected. So provisionally in first place, Pierre van der Westhuizen in a time of 36.09. Second place, Tom Green in 36.15. In third, Jean Festerwesthuizen in 36.18. And in fourth, Luke Egger in 36.33. So just mere tenths of a second separating those top four. 36.09 to the winner, 36.33 for 4th place. Doesn't get much tighter than that. And similarly in that B final, the official results, Maguire Reid taking it out with 38.33. Tom Ladson in 38.47. And then Sean Rice in 38.53. So the barest of margins in those races. So we are away in the men's 18 and under K1 200 final. Byron Diekman getting himself out cleanly, as is Walter Nichols there from the Sunshine Coast across in lane 1. Joel Newton from Manly Warringah in the centre of the field being pushed by Diekman, and also Mate Ehlers as well. So some great racing in these young men, the under 18 K1 200 final. Nichols looking very strong in lane 1. Big chase now coming from Mate Ehlers. Nichols may hang on. Can he hang on? Now the chase is coming. It's going to be very, very tight. Too tight to call between Nichols. Diekman may have got there. Newton and Veering as well. Fast finishing. Walter Nichols got off to an absolute flyer. His coach Charlene Kelly would be very happy with that. But then the speed of Eels, Diekman, Newton, Veering, Monahan as well, all converging on that finish line at the same time. That was the men's 18 and under K1 200 final. That was the B final. Waiting for the provisional results to come up. So the next race is the men's 18 and under K1 200A final. These 200s have been some fantastic racing this morning, all so close. This one will be no difference. In lane 1 from Mercantile, Charlie Cornwall, Julian Glue from Avoca in 2, Flynn Wheeler from Holdfast Bay in 3, Jerome Drobot from Avoca in 4, Aidan Hall from Westlakes in 5, Zen Salisbury from Bayswater in 6, Christian Island from Mackay in 7, Messenger from Queensland in 8, and Tom Russell from Geelong in lane 9. So the A final of the men's 18 and under K1 200. It's the last of the short stuff for a while as we move out to the 1,000 metre races, which will start at 10:30 this morning.
This is boat control. Red 168 is clear.
Copy 168 clear.
So we are, no we're not, a little false break, that's all the 200s. The nerves getting the better of these competitors. They're just itching to go. easy to go a little bit early, so they'll wind it back and do take two on the start. This is the men's 18 and under K1 200 A final. The rising stars of the sport on display, an Australian title on the line, so plenty at stake. And just the official results of that women's 18 and under K1 200. Ketteringham it was in the taking out the gold medal. Taya Cassidy with the silver and Adelaide Hilton the bronze. So a clean sweep by the West Australians, all from the Bayswater Club. Ketteringham, Cassidy and Hilton going 1, 2, 3 in the women's 18 and under K1 200 A final. So take two. This is the men's 18 and under K1 200 final. Flynn Whelan from Holdfast Bay getting away very well, as well as Julian Glue. He's had a good tournament so far. Fast finishing though from Aidan Hall, Jerome Drobot as well. Nothing separating these paddlers. Zen Salisbury from Bayswater, we talked about their start. Fast starts, can he hang on? Jerome Drobot from Avoca in lane 4. Majors have the nose in front. Big chase though coming from Salisbury from Bayswater. It looks like it'll be between those two. Drobot, Majors hang on. Salisbury chasing hard, as is Messenger, and it's going to be Drobot will get there first. Too tight to separate Messenger and Salisbury. A great finish by the Queensland paddler. Flynwell there from Holdfast Bay. Glue from Avoca as well, right in amongst the mix. So again, we'll wait for the official results to come out. But a good win by Drobot from Avoca, taking out the gold medal in that men's 18 and under K1 200 final. The minor placings, we'll have to wait for the judges, but it looked like Jerome Drobot, unofficially from Avoca, taking out the under 18 K1 200 race.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third day of paddling here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre on day 3 of the Canoe Sprint Championships for 2025. We're getting going again with some C1 paddling, kicking off with the men's C1 1000, the 18 and under and the open events. Just one competitor in each of those categories, and it's a seeding race. In the 18 and under category, we have Ryan Ness from Westlakes, and he will be paddling in lane 3. In the open event, we have Max Ganzuk, also from Westlakes, and he will be paddling in lane 7. So they are racing over 1,000 metres in a very wobbly boat with only one paddle. Clearly men who like a challenge.
Yes, you wonder why they do it. They obviously love it, but geez, it looks far too hard for me and far too far. That 1,000 metre course it's a long way away, so better than me, but they're good at it.
They certainly are. Yeah, Max having gone to Junior World Championships last year, and Ryan clearly following hot on his heels with his goal and dream of representing in the green and gold.
Yeah, and the Westlakes Club obviously very strong in the seas.
Yes, and they would be used to training on a buoyed course as well, rather than on a river or a lake. So they're probably right at home here. That's probably what helps them go in a straight line. I noticed yesterday one of them's a lefty and the other is a righty, so presumably nice and easy for them if they combine into a C2.
We were actually asking that yesterday because they were in a C2 yesterday and they were paddling on different sides, and we wondered whether that was by choice or just naturally. So obviously naturally just works out that way.
Yes. Always fascinating when you see them paddling a C2 with both of them on the same side.
How they keep it straight is beyond me.
Beyond me too. So are you a kayaker or a...
yeah, more from surf ski paddling and a bit of kayaking. So
Right. And
but there's a lot of
going
crossover between the surf skis and the kayak, so a lot of familiar names that I've seen through surf and here at the kayaking.
Yep, that's good. So beautiful conditions. We have a slight breeze today. Yesterday was, well, it felt as though it was still, there was a very slight cross headwind, but quite negligible really. This morning they're just coming down with a little bit of cross breeze again, but blowing from the other side this time.
And they are underway in the men's C1 1000, the under 18 and the open. It's a seeding race, so we've got Max Ganzuk and Ryan Ness, and as expected Max has got away quickly and got away early, so he'll be setting the pace, but great experience for Ryan Ness to try to chase down Max, get an idea of the sort of pace that he'll need to be racing at as he goes in his career.
The race has started.
Could you repeat that?
So they're progressing down the course in these beautiful conditions, halfway down now, coming through the 500 metre mark. 500 metres still to go. If you are following us on the live stream and you're keen to know a little bit more about what's going on during the championships, I'd recommend that you go to Paddle Australia's homepage, and you will find a link there to regattas, to live events. Find the, and particularly if you go through the media article that tells you the 5 things you need to know about the 2025 National Sprint Championships. Click there where it tells you can follow the results, and there is a tab on that page called Live Results. If you scroll down to the race number, you'll be able to see who's in the race, which lane they are in, and then the provisional results, and when they become official, the official results. So a nice way to be able to track, and also a great way to be able to have a look back at results after the event. So right now we're on race number 170 and 171. So 170 being the 18 and under men's C1, and race 171. And on the screen now, I think, just making his way towards the into the final 200s, Max Ganzuk in the open men's C1 1000.
Yeah, and he still looks very strong, Max, despite paddling for over 800 metres. He still looked like he could go all day. He still looks strong. His stroke rating is still pretty high. The length is still good. And against the clock, Max Ganzuk here in the men's C1 1000 from the West Lakes Club. Ryan Ness just about to hit the 200 metre mark as well. But Max still looking very good. Hip thrust, driving through, and he will cross the line at the end of a tiring 1,000 metre paddle. And Ryan Ness with about 100 metres to go. He's part of the under 18 C1 1000, a seeding race for Ryan as well, as we mentioned, from the West Lakes Club.
Yeah, so Mick, I haven't called paddle sprint races for a couple of years, and Max was fairly new on the scene when I first started getting involved, when he and his mother came across from the Ukraine at the beginning of the war, and seeing watching Ryan Ness now, the amount of core strength that you develop over a few years of consistent training and racing, the skill level that Max is showing, it's really exciting, and just goes to show the consistency of training and sticking at it for a few years, just how expert you become. So good luck to Ryan. He's on a journey, and hopefully it's an enjoyable journey, and all the best to Max, because I'm pretty sure he wants to be in LA.
And great for someone like Ryan to have Max in the same club, and gives him someone to chase. Max sort of setting the standard that Ryan can see every day about what he needs to do, how hard he needs to train, the speed that he needs to go, and I'm sure he'd be learning a lot from Max as well. So great for Ryan to have such a fantastic mentor in Max.
And poor Max, we're all now watching him get out of his boat. Makes it look so easy. And what they're doing now, if you're fairly new to sprint canoeing, is taking the boat in for it to be weighed, just to check that it is on or slightly over the required minimum weight. We move now to the women's C1. We have 2 competitors in the under 18 category and 3 competitors in the open category. In lanes 3 and 7 are under 18s. In lane 3, Emily McMullen, and in lane 7, Ellie Kernahan. Emily is coached by Reese Backus, and Ellie is coached by Luke Hannaford. They're both based at West Lakes in South Australia. And in lanes 4, 5 and 6, In lane 4, Josie Bulmer from West Lakes. In lane 5, Penelope Strickland from Avoca. And in lane 6, Eva Bruce from West Lakes.
Yeah, so the young under-18 competitors being separated by the rest of the field. Emily in 3, Ellie in 7, and they'll be separated by Josephine Bulmer, Penelope Strickland and Eva Bruce. Josephine Bulmer has been in good form throughout this competition so far, probably the favourite going into this race. Strickland won't let her have it all her own way though. So in fact Penelope Strickland has been scratched from this race. So there'll be 2 in the women's under 18 with Emily McMullen and Ellie Kernahan. They're in lanes 3 and 7 respectively, and then in the open Josephine Bulmer in 4 and Eva Bruce in lane 6. And they are away in this race. 2 races within one. The under 18s and the open women C1 1000. Direct finals for both of them in the 2025 Paddle Australia Sprint Canoe Championships. It's all looking fairly tight in these early stages. Emily McMullen looks like she may just be a boat length or so ahead of Josephine Bulmer. Still a long way to go. These 1,000 metre races, it really is a race of tactics, where you need to race your own race. You can't get caught up in the speed that another competitor's going at. It's all about maintaining the control, maintaining the race plan. And really not a whole lot separating these paddlers. As they approach the halfway stage of this race. So it looks like Josephine Bulmer just ahead of Emily McMullen. All these paddlers from West Lakes, they'd all know each other well.
170, 171 all set.
And then Ellie Kernahan just a half boat length ahead of Eva Bruce. But a real battle between Emily McMullen and Josephine Bulmer. The under 18 competitor up against the open competitor. Starting to put a bit of distance now between themselves. And Eva Bruce and Ellie Kernahan. It looks like Bulmer just starting to pull away from Emily McMullen, the youngster, not letting go though. But just the experience and that strength, Lydia, that you talk about building up over the years in these long distances, you'd think that's where it would really come into its own. So Josephine Bulmer now starting to pull away. She's about a boat or two length in front of Emily McMullen. It's been a great race by the youngster. She stayed with Bulmer for the majority of this race. And just the experience of Josephine Bulmer has her now in the lead with 50 metres to go. It will be Josephine Bulmer from West Lakes. She'll take out the Women's Open C1 1000, but she'd been pushed all the way by young Emily McMullen. She'll take out the Women's Under 18 C1 1000. So Bulmer crossing the line, taking line honours and first place in the Women's Open division. And then Emily McMullen taking out the gold medal in the Women's Under 18 C1 1000. Ellie Kernahan from West Lakes, she'll be third across the line, picking up the silver medal in the Under 18s. And then Eva Bruce, the silver medal in the Open division of the Women's C1 1000.
So that completes our women's C1 event, racing over 1,000 metres. First in the 18 and under category, Emily McMullen from West Lakes, coached by Rhys Backus, and second, Ellie Kernahan, also from West Lakes, coached by Luke Hannaford. And in the Women's Open, first, Josie Bulmer from West Lakes, and second, Eva Bruce from West Lakes, also coached by Luke Hannaford. So now we have the men's 16 and under K1, also racing over 1,000 metres, where we have heats, 3 heats, with the first person from each heat progressing straight through to the A final, and the remaining places 2 to 7 going through to a semi-final to determine who will be in the A final. In our first heat of the men's 16 and under K1 racing over 1,000 metres, we have Brodie Frew from Avoca in lane 1, Dane Rayward from Currumbin Creek in lane 2, Finn Ireland from Mackay in lane 3, Alasdair Marsden from Swan in lane 4, Riley Scott from Currumbin Creek in lane 5, Toymancer has scratched in lane 7, Cooper Alt from Fairfield, and in lane 8, Zach Moffat from Manly Warringah.
And at the moment it is Riley Scott. He's had a tremendous championship so far, and at the moment he looks to be in the lead of this men's 16 and under K1 1000 heat. Brodie Frew from Avoca in lane 1, also paddling strongly, Dane Rayward staying with him as well. Finn Ireland from Mackay up with the lead with Riley Scott, Marsden as well, and Cooper Alt and Zach Moffat. 1,000 metres for these young paddlers as they make their way past the halfway point And it is Riley Scott just ahead of Alistair Marsden. Brody Frew across there in lane 1, close to the leaders, but it is Scott and Marsden. That's who this race will come down to. The first place gets direct entry to that A final, and I think this is one that these paddlers would want to get to save themselves the pain of another 1,000 metre race. So it is a race in 2 at the moment between Riley Scott from Currumbin Creek, Alistair Marsden from Swan. These two young paddlers going head to head as they approach the 200 metre. Cooper Alt there looks like he's got himself into 3rd place. Brody Frew probably back in 4th, close with Dane Rayward there. They'll go neck and neck for the Miners. It looks like Marsden may just start to be pulling ahead as they hit the 200, almost dead even as they do hit that 200 metres. Nothing separating. Riley Scott lifts again with 200 to go. This is a tremendous battle, these two young paddlers. Alistair Marsden from Swan, Riley Scott from Currumbin Creek. This is the closing stages of the men's 16 and under K1 1000. Heat 1, the winner goes straight through to the A final, 2 to 7 through to the semi-final. So for one of these paddlers, they'll get a race off. That's what they want. You can see the pain, you can see the strain, just trying to hang on. Riley Scott, he led early. Can he hang on? Alistair Marsden chasing hard, coached by Demi O'Brien. Nothing separating these two. Looks like Scott's just starting to pull ahead. Marsden realises that it's gone, so it will be Riley Scott. He'll take it by a boat length. Great racing between these two young paddlers. And Riley Scott gets the free ride through to the A final. Marsden will see him back up again in the semi, but he's certainly in good form. Cooper Alt from Fairfield will cross the line in 3rd place. Nice solid paddle by him. Dane Rayward there from Currumbin Creek, just ahead of Brody Frew. Those two staying close to each other throughout the race. It was a battle within a battle between those two. Finn Island now from Mackay, just about to cross the line. And then Zach Moffat from Manly Warringah. They'll all get to chance their arm again in the semi-finals, but Riley Scott gets the express pass straight through to the A final.
So confirming then from the first heat of the men's 16 and under K1 1000, progressing directly to the A final is Riley Scott of Currumbin Creek, coached by Dave Smith, and the remaining contestants will now go through to a semi-final because there was a withdrawal in that field of 8, so only 7 paddled. And we have the same thing again in race 175, which is the second heat of the men's 16 and under K1. In lane 1, we have Dean Parsons of Sydney Northern Beaches, coached by Christine Duff. In lane 2, we have Taj Purcell of Sunshine Coast. Lane 3's Jasper Hunter of Avoca has scratched. In lane 4, we have Axel Tan of Fairfield, coached by Wen Tan. In lane 5, Aisha Poland of Currumbin Creek, coached by Julian Norton-Smith. And in lane 6, Bo Jacob from Canning River, coached by Michael Booth. In lane 7, Dingji Zhang from Manly Warringah, and in lane 8, Ethan Yang from Fairfield, coached by Jade Kerber. And that race starting right now.
So underway, heat 2 of the men's 16 and under K1 1000. And once again, a good even start by these young paddlers. Looks like Asa Poland from Currumbin Creek may have a early lead. Axel Tan as well, staying close to him, and Bo Jacob from Canning River. Ethan Yang from Fairfield in lane 8, also getting himself away well. Dean Parsons and Taj Purcell also getting into their rhythms early, but in the middle of this field, it looks like it is Asa Poland setting the early pace. Axel Tan, though, as well, staying right with him. Taj Purcell as well. So not much separating these paddlers. Ding Zhan, Ethan Yang, right up amongst it as they start to approach that 500 metre mark, the halfway stage of this second heat of the men's 16 and under K1 1000. That's when we'll get the best indication of how this race is progressing. It looks like it might be Axel Tan, might be the first at the halfway point of this race. So it looks like Tan and Purcell at the halfway point of this men's under 16 race. Poland probably in third place at the moment. Then Bo Jacob with him as well. It looks like lane 4, Axel Tan from Fairfield in the lead as they cross the halfway point of this race. So Axel Tan from Fairfield leading heat 2 of the men's 16 and under. Asa Poland and Taj Purcell battling it out for the second place. Remember, the lead paddler, the winner of this race, will go direct to the A final, 2 and 7 through to the semi-final. So plenty of motivation for these paddlers to cross this line first, to give themselves that semi-final off so they can just rest up for the final. And it is going to be Axel Tan starting to pull away from Asa Poland and also Taj Purcell. It's been a convincing victory by the youngster from Fairfield. His coach, Wen Tan, will be pretty happy with the performance of his young charge, Axel Tan. About 175 metres to go in the second heat of the men's 16 and under K1 1000. But a real battle here between Purcell and Poland for second place. They'll both go through to the semi-final, no problem at all. Axel Tan will go straight to the final. Big chase coming. Asa Poland, he wants that line honours, he wants that direct entry. He's pushing hard. Has Tan gone out too hard, or he just pacing his race well? Big finish coming from Asa Poland. Axel Tan needs to try and hang on if he wants that direct entry. Poland chasing hard from lane 5 from Currumbin Creek, but Tan will take it. So Axel Tan takes out heat number 2, gets direct entry to the final. Great finish though from Asa Poland. He shows he's got plenty left in the tank. And Taj Purcell from the Sunshine Coast, he'll take third spot. Great racing by these young paddlers. Ethan Yang from Fairfield just crossing the line behind Bo Jacob there from Canning River. So Bo Jacob in 4th, Ethan Yang there in 5th place. Ding Zhan from Manly Warringah still looking strong as he makes his way down towards the finish line. And Dean Parsons also from Sydney Northern Beaches. He'll round out the field, but it will be Axel Tan heading directly into the final of the men's 16 and under K1 1000 off the back of that victory. There are other paddlers all through to the semi-final. That is the men's 16 and under K1 1000. 3 heats in total.
Yes, indeed, and the last one to come is not really lucky last, because there are 8 contestants, and last time I looked, which was 2 seconds ago, there are still 8 people turning up to race. In lane 1, Callum Lincoln from Cobram Baruga. He's coached by Robert Schramm. In lane 2, Noah Kelland from Bayswater, or as they've renamed themselves, Slayswater. with all of the wins they're getting. In lane 3, Finlay McLennan from Sydney Northern Beaches, coached by Christine Duff. In lane 4, Alexander Small from Swan, coached by Demi O'Brien. In lane 5, Orlando Fonseca from Slazewater, coached by Andrew Crothers. In lane 6, Lachlan Matthews from Sydney Northern Beaches. In lane 7, Hayden Lano from Willem Redlands, coached by Matthew Ingerman. And in lane 8, Taj Williams, not to be confused with Taj Purcell, from Hunter Valley.
So away in the third heat of this men's 16 and under K1 1000, Alexander Small getting off to an absolute flyer. Orlando Fonseca's been in fantastic form over this tournament. We'll wait and see. We know he's very good in the short stuff. We'll wait and see how he goes over the 1,000 metre. Completely different race. But it was Alexander Small who got off to an absolute flyer off the line. Fonseca is up there as well. You'd expect him to go early and be up there, certainly with the leaders in the early stages. Just a matter of then whether he can hang on for the extra 500 metres. At the moment it is Fonseca and Small setting the early pace. Finlay and McLennan there as well. And Noah Kelland also starting to find a little bit of rhythm. He's got away quickly. But at the moment, it looks like Andrew Fonseca, coached by Andrew Crothers, in the early lead. Noah Kelland right with him there across there from lane 2. Another one of the Bayswater paddlers. They've had a fantastic championships, the Bayswater Club from the West Australians. Been explosive in their starts, and they've been able to hang on as well. So it looks like Fonseca and Kelland in the early stages, setting the pace. Alexander Small trying to stay with them, as is Finlay McLennan, as they approach the 500 metre mark of this race. And it will be Fonseca in the lead. Not much separating second, third, fourth and fifth. But Fonseca crosses that 500 metre mark in first place. Noah Kelland there is right with him. Alexander Small as well. Hayden Lano right up amongst it, starting to finish strongly. So with just under 500 metres to go, and it is Orlando Fonseca from Bayswater in that red boat in the middle of the field.
Pretty impressive. So the coaches there obviously have a lot to be congratulated for. So Andrew Crothers and the other one, Ramon Anderson, is that right?
Yes.
I think he's the waist coach,
Yep.
isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, really good coaches over there in the West, and they've got some great results. They'll be very happy with some of the way their junior paddlers have been going in the men's and the women's as well. Bayswater, they got the clean sweep in the women's under 18 K100 over 200 this morning, first, second and third.
And now they're looking very good in the long distance races in the 1,000, so that's a lot to be congratulated
Yep,
for.
so Orlando Fonseca it is, with 200 metres to go.
He's got by far the biggest margin of these three heats, hasn't he? The others have been won by only 2 seconds.
Yeah, he looks pretty comfortable. Alexander Small chasing hard along with Hayden Lano from Wynnum Redlands, but Fonseca will take this one out quite comfortably. He looks almost fresh at the end of this 1,000 metre paddle, this young man in the under 16 K1 1000, the third heat. Fonseca will take it out easily. The battle for the minors will come down to Alexander Small, who may be about a half a boat length in front of Hayden Lano and also Noah Kelland. But Orlando Fonseca from Bayswater gets the direct entry. He's the third one through to the final. Alexander Small from Swan He'll be pretty happy with that. Second place for him. And then the battle for third between Hayden Lano and Noah Kellen. Lano's just about to get it. Kellen just switched off, just letting momentum almost take his boat across the line. No point wasting any energy. All these paddlers now just conserving for the semi-final as Finlay McLennan from Sydney Northern Beaches crosses the line. Taj Williams from the Hunter Valley. So Matthews from Sydney Northern Beaches just about to finish his race ahead of Williams. And then Callum Lincoln will complete the field, the paddler from Cobram Baruga. So all these paddlers will head through to the semi-final. Fonseca going straight through to the final. He can sit back and watch the form of his competitors on the back of that convincing win in Heat 3 of the men's 16 and under K1 1000.
So that's Orlando Fonseca from Bayswater going through from Heat 3 to the A final. Axel Tam from Fairfield from Heat 2 and Riley Scott from Currumbin Creek from Heat 1. So 4:06 for that first one. Riley Scott, that was the very fast, desperate race against Alasdair Marsden. 4:06. The second heat was 4:19 and provisionally, and we'll bring that provisional time to you for the others shortly. Moving now to the women's 16 and under K1, again racing over 1,000 metres. We have heats in this as well, and here we have the first through to the 6th, I believe it is, going through to a semi-final. And then looking for the next 3 fastest, and we have 4 heats in total. In heat number 1, from Fairfield, Yushin Yang in lane 1. From Swan, Ellie Neervoort in lane 2. Sydney Northern Beaches, Summer Rose Partridge is in lane 3. Manly Warringah paddler Chloe Harris is in lane 4. And Manly Warringah paddler Hayley Dunbar is in lane 5. From the Gold Coast, Taylor Smith-Miller is in lane 6. Fairfield's Mia Wall in lane 7 and Fairfield's Jessie Yu in lane 8.
So away in Heat 1 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. Ellie Neervoort from Swan getting out to early lead, along with Hayley Dunbar and Chloe Harris as well, the 2 Manly Warringah competitors. Mia Wall from Fairfield as well, getting out early, and Yushin Yang from Fairfield across there in lane 1. So a good even start in Heat 1 of the women's 16 and under 1,000 metre race. But it looks like Hayley Dunbar just starting to pull away. Ellie Neervoort trying to stay with her. Chloe Harrison, Summer Rose Partridge in there as well. But it looks like Hayley Dunbar and Chloe Harris, the early leaders, with Ellie Neervoort trying to stay with them, using Yang as well, trying to stick with Neervoort. Mia Wall and Taylor Smith-Miller desperately trying to hang on. Just you with a little bit of work to do. But as we mentioned, a long way to go in these 1,000 metre races. Plenty of time. Unlike those short 200 where you've got to get everything right from the very start, you do have that little bit of extra time to get yourself sorted out as they approach the 500 metre mark of Heat 1 of these women's 16 and under K1 1000. And it looks like Hayley Dunbar and Chloe Harris, not much separating those two. Ellie Neervoort may have just got herself up into second place. So the first 6 will progress through to the semi-final. So it'll be interesting to see what these lead paddlers do. They know that they've got that 1 to 6 is wrapped up Do they want the bragging rights by taking out the heat, or are they content just to conserve the energy and save themselves for the semi-final? So Dunbar, Harris and Nevort look like they're your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Yang across there in lane 1. Mia Wall there from Fairfield, right up amongst it as well. And Taylor Smith-Miller. So the top 6 looking for the semi-final spot. Summer Rose Partridge and Jessie Yu. Have a bit of work to do to try and grab themselves a semi-final spot, because there'll be no problem at all for Hayley Dunbar, Chloe Harris, Ellie Nevort, Mia Wall as well, and Yujing Yang in lane 1. So there's 5, so there'll be 1 spot to go for the semi-final. This stage it looks like Taylor Smith-Miller will be the paddler to get that final spot in the semi-final. So you can just see these lead paddlers now they've just eased off, just keeping the rhythm but not expending too much energy. They know they are through to the semi-final. Hayley Dunbar will take out Heat 1 of the women's 16 and under K1. Unlike the male counterparts, the first place doesn't get the direct entry into the final. They'll need to go around again in the semi-final. But Hayley Dunbar looking comfortable. She'll be confident heading into that semi-final. So Dunbar will take out Heat 1 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. Ellie Nevort from Swan in second, and Chloe Harris there from Manly Warringah in third. Mia Wall and Yang, they went toe-to-toe the whole way through it. Wall will take 4th spot and Yang there in 5th. So the final spot for the semi-final, it's going to come down to a race in 2 between Taylor Smith-Miller and Summer Rose Partridge. Taylor Smith-Miller looks like she might be able to hang on. Summer Rose Partridge, she's digging deep, but I don't think she'll get up. So it looks like Taylor Smith-Miller will take out the final spot from Heat 1 to progress through to the semi-finals. So Taylor Smith-Miller there from the Gold Coast, and unfortunately Summer Rose Partridge just missing out on that semi-final, as did Jessie Yu from Fairfield. So Dunbar, Harris and Nevort, the top 3 through, but 1 to 6 through to the semi-final. That was Heat 1 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000.
So our final paddler, Jessie Yu from Fairfield. I think she's thinking 1,000 metres is not her favourite event. And interestingly, in some of these events in the 18 and under are selection events, but the women not doing the K1 1000 at juniors for the Australian team, so not a selection event. Perhaps that's reflected in some of the performances. We've got the second of our 4 heats up next, with Hannah Truscott from Wynnum Redlands in lane 2, Emma Jarvis from Bayswater in lane 3, Hugh Wen Chan from Fairfield in lane 4, Asta Micken of Westlakes in lane 5, Leela Moody of Gold Coast in lane 6, Kiara Quigley of Currumbin Creek in 7, and Ella Pegram. She's back on the water again, representing Avoca. She's going to be paddling in lane 8.
So away in the women's 16 and under K1 1000, heat number 2. And looks like Asta Micken and Hugh Wai Chan getting away early. Layla Moody there as well. Very early stages of this women's 16 and under K1 1000, the second heat of this series of 4. And that bright red boat of Layla Moody from the Gold Coast heading towards the pointy end of this race. Asta Micken as well, getting away very well. Hugh Wai Chen, Emma Jarvis and Truscott across there in lane 1. But it looks like Asta Micken from Westlakes, coached by David Smith, may just have the better of this start. Hugh Wai Chan as well, who's right up there. So not much separating the competitors in this second heat, being raced over 1,000 metres. Emma Jarvis from Bayswater across in lane 3, also starting to find a bit of rhythm, looking pretty strong. So Jarvis, Wen Chan, Micken and Moody all pretty close at the moment. Ella Pegram as well, and Kiara Quigley, the Evoker and Currumbin Creek paddlers, staying with this field. So a pretty even race in Heat 2 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. The first 6 through to the semi-final. And as they approach the 500 metre mark, Ella Pegram is certainly right up there with this group. Micken and Wen Chan, as we'll try to see them as they do hit that halfway mark of this race. So it looks like Hugh Wai Chen from Fairfield and Asta Micken, the front runners at the moment. Ella Pegram as well. So it's going to be tight. Once again, it's the top 6 through. So I think once these paddlers hit that 200 metre mark and they realise where their position is, they'll just start to ease off to conserve energy for the final. The top 6 going through. So Pegram looking strong. Micken and Wen Chan and also Jarvis, their lead 4. Layla Moody just trying to hang on to those lead 4 paddlers. Hannah Truscott across in lane 1. She'll be battling with Quigley by the looks of it for the final spot in the semi-final. But Ella Pegram from Evoker in lane 8. So it looks like Pegram in 8, Micken in 5. There you 1-2 at the moment. Then we head across to Huey Wen Chan and Emma Jarvis. So a pretty level finish for these 4 paddlers. All just, you can just see them all. They've all just backed off a little bit. They know they're all through to that semi-final. Asta Micken looks like she may take line honours. Pegram may want it, as Jarvis. So it's all going to be pretty level at the end of this 1000. So Pegram will take line honours just ahead of Micken, Jarvis and Hugh Wai Chen. Hannah Truscott will pick up 5th. And Layla Moody from the Gold Coast, she'll secure her spot in the semi-final. Unfortunately, Kiara Quigley just missing out on the semi-final.
So just confirming, that was a win in the second heat of the women's 16 and under K1 1000 for Ella Pegram of Evoker. Second was Asta Micken of West Lakes. Third, Emma Jarvis of Bayswater. Fourth, Hugh Wen Chan of Fairfield. Fifth, Hannah Truscott of Wynnum Redlands. And sixth, Leela Moody of Gold Coast. So those 6 will progress now to the semi-final, and Kiara Quigley will have to wait and see whether her time was one of the fastest next 3. Heat 3 are on the start line, so just running through them quickly. Lane 2, Isabella Wallace from Fairfield. In lane 3, Heidi Smith from Sunshine Coast. In lane 4, Liv Manser from Avoca. In lane 5, Maya Murphy from Fairfield. In lane 6, Abby Osborne from Fairfield. In lane 7, Bronte Kippax from Avoca. And in lane 8, Abby Parsons from Sydney Northern Beaches.
And Abby Parsons, unfortunately, just missing the start there, so she's got a bit of work to do to try and catch up. The rest got away pretty cleanly. I'm not sure what actually happened to Parsons, but just couldn't get that boat moving at the start. And the rest off to a absolute flyer. Heidi Smith away very well, as was Maya Murphy from Fairfield there in lane 5. Bronte Kippax, she's been good throughout this championship, so it'll be interesting to see how she goes over this 1,000 metre distance. Heidi Smith there as well from the Sunshine Coast. So it looks like it might be Kippax at the moment, just ahead of Murphy, and Heidi Smith there as well. That looks like that might be a top 3. Isabella Wallace staying with Murphy. Liv Manser as well, right up amongst it. Maya Murphy and Osborne working hard, and Kippax in the lead. It looks like Abby Parsons may be in a little bit of trouble back there as well. So as they approach the 500 metre mark, the boat is heading across to help Abby Parsons there. These craft very, very tippy. These young girls under 16, a lot of them haven't been paddling for very long, so it's a great learning experience for them here, as Bronte Kippax will be leading at the halfway mark of Heat 3 of these women's K1 1000. Not much separating Murphy and Manser. So with just under halfway to go in this race, Bronte Kippax it is from the Avoca Club in lane 7. She's a couple of boat lengths ahead of 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, which is Osborne, Murphy, Manser and also Heidi Smith. All these paddlers will progress to the semi-final. Abby Parsons unfortunately tipping out of the boat, so the top 6 going through. So you can see they're all just having a leisurely Friday afternoon paddle, or Friday morning paddle I should say. Pretty warm conditions, so smart racing by these young ladies just to conserve the energy heading into the semi-final. So with 200 metres to go, it is Bronte Kippax in the lead, Heidi Smith and Maya Murphy. Very close to 2nd, Manser there as well in 3rd. So Kippax looking very, very comfortable indeed. Just rolling the arm over, almost a cool down for the young Avoca paddler. So Bronte Kipax will take out heat number 3 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. Heidi Smith and Maya Murphy. Murphy just lifting the rating just a little bit as they approach the finish line. But it will be Smith in second, Murphy there in third, Manser in fourth. Abby Osborne will be fifth, and Isabella Wallace, she'll secure the last spot in the semi-final off the back of that result in Heat 3 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000.
So just confirming from the third heat of the women's 16 and under K1, the following will progress through to the semi-final. First, Avoca's Bronte Kipax. Second, Heidi Smith from Sunshine Coast. Third, Maya Murphy from Fairfield. Fourth, Liv Manser from Avoca. Fifth, Abby Osborne from Fairfield. And sixth, Isabella Wallace from Fairfield. And we're moving on to Heat 4 now. They're on the start line. Lane 2, Ashley Pegram from Avoca. Lane 3, Blythe Osborne from Fairfield. Lane 4, Camilla Barbie from Swan. Lane 5, Emma Corrin from Cobram Baruga. Lane 6, Sky Todd from Mackay. Lane 7, Hazel Taverner from Sydney Northern Beaches. And Lane 8, Maya Jellica from Manly Warringah. So Mick, these are the heats. The semi-finals are later this afternoon from 1:42 through to 1:52, and then the A final and B final are tomorrow morning, 8:48, 8:52. And this is a selection event for the Asia Cup. So even though it's not a team that we'll be sending to Junior Worlds, definitely sending a team there through to the Asia Cup. In Japan in May, so everything to go for these young ladies over the 1,000 metre distance.
Yeah, and what a fantastic experience for these young paddlers. One of the great things about the sport of paddling is the trips away, the touring that you can do, and a great opportunity for these young paddlers to get a spot on that team. Travel away, represent your country overseas, just certainly something to strive for. And that's what these young ladies are doing. So Ashley Pegram from Avoca and Blythe Osborne from Fairfield getting away to a pretty good start in heat number 4. Emma Corrin there as well, looking good. Camilla Barbie. They're your front runners at the moment in this 4th heat. The top 6 through to the semi-final. And it looks like Pegram in lane 1, Osborne in 2, Barbie in 3, and Corrin in 4. Probably the leaders at the moment. Sky Todd from Mackay trying to stay with them. Then Taverner and Jalaka will be looking to try to get themselves into the semi-final. Looks like Emma Corrin may be in the lead as we approach the 500 metre mark of this 1,000 metre race. Not a whole lot separating Corrin from Barbie. Osborne there as well, and Pegram. So pretty tight racing in heat 4 of this women's 16 and under K1 1000. Sky Todd from Mackay starting to lift the pace. Ashley Pegram there as well, but looks like Todd starting to pull up alongside Corrin. Barbie just trying to hang on. Ashley Pegram across there in lane 1. also looking very strong. So it's been a good heat. Top 6 through. Pegram may start to be just getting herself in front as we approach the 200 metre mark of this race. So it looks like Pegram starting to take the lead from Corin. Todd right up alongside her though. Barbie there, as is Osborne. Hazel Taverner looks like she might pick up the 6th spot to progress through to the final Jalaka, with a little bit of work to do to try and grab that spot from Taverner. But Ashley Pegram has coasted her way into the lead of this final heat of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. Pegram looking strong, technique still good at the end of 1,000 metres. Really showing her competitors that she's one that they'll need to watch in this final. Laying down a bit of a marker is Ashley Pegram across there in lane 2, looking very comfortable as she crosses the finish line in this heat 4 of the women's 16 and under K1 1000. So Ashley Pegram will take it out. Emma Corin from Cobram Baruga will coast her way into second place. Sky Todd, she stayed right with Corin for that whole race. She'll pick up 3rd. Camilla Barbie from the Swan Club is there in 4th place. Blythe Osborne from Fairfield. And it looks like Hazel Taverner. In fact, that might be Jalaka, it will be, in lane 8. Maya Jalaka from the Manly Warringah Club will pick up the final spot in that semi-final. And unfortunately, Hazel Taverner just missing out on that semi-final spot. That was the final heat of the women's 16 and under K1 1000.
And just confirming that it was a win for Ashley Pegram of Avoca, joining her sister Ella in the semi-final later on today. 2nd across the line, Emma Corin from Cobram Baruga. 3rd, Sky Todd from Mackay. 4th, Camilla Barbie from Swan. 5th, Blythe Osborne from Fairfield. 6th, Maya Jalaka from Manly Warringah. And coming towards the finish line now, Hazel Taverner from Sydney Northern Beaches. So we've managed to catch up, which is good. We have our next race at 11:24, so pretty much now. So on the start line now, in lane 2 from Fairfield, Hugo Deng in the men's 14 and under K1, again racing over 1,000 metres. In lane 3 we see Jason Ness from Westlakes in a K1 as opposed to a C1. In lane 4, Hugo Marsden from Swan. In 5, Joel Moritz from Currumbin Creek. In lane 6, Taj Caldwell from Illawarra. In lane 7, Cameron Briggs from Manly Warringah. And in lane 8, Killian Quigley from Currumbin Creek.
So a full start in Heat 1 of the men's 14 and under K1 1000. So the paddlers just getting themselves realigned back at the start. So Heat 1 of the men's 14 and under K1 1000, not far away. The first 3 through to the final, 4 to 7 through to the semi-final, and then the next fastest. So this time they are away, and they are away cleanly. Killian Quigley from Currumbin Creek and Cameron Briggs from Manly Warringah off to a good start, as was Joel Moritz from Currumbin Creek and Hugo Marsden from Swan. Ness from West Lakes, and Deng from Fairfield as well. Taj Caldwell just missing the start, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try and get himself back up with this field, but a long way to go. Hugo Deng may have had a bit of trouble at the start as well. Oh no, Hugo Deng, he's okay. He's up and paddling. Jason Ness alongside him. Hugo Marsden looks like he just may have his nose in front at the moment. Cameron Briggs also looking strong in the early stages, as is Taj Caldwell. Killian Quigley starting to find a bit of a rhythm. He's just trailing Briggs. Not much in it in the early stages. Hugo Marsden, though, looks like he's pulled about a boat length lead in the early stages as we approach the 500 metre mark of this race. So Marsden with that red cap on in the lead. Coming down to the halfway point of this race, it is Heat 1 of the men's 14 and under K1 1000. The first 3 will go through to the final. And as we do hit the 500 metre, it is Hugo Marsden. He's in the lead quite convincingly at this stage. Paddlers either side of him, Taj Caldwell. In fact, that's Joel Moritz and Jason Ness. Looking strong. Cameron Briggs just crossing halfway, as does Killian Quigley. But out in the lead, showing a clean pair of heels, is Hugo Marsden. Dominating this Heat 1, he'd be setting a pace that I'm sure his competitors will be a little bit nervous. They'll be interested to see his time, just to see what sort of pace this young man is doing. Hugo Marsden from the Swan Club has this absolutely on his own as he approaches the 200 metre. No doubt at all about who's going to take this one out. 1 to 3 is where the interest will be, or 2 to 3, I should say, to pick up that other semi-final spot. So Hugo Marsden, he'll take this race out. Jason Ness and Joel Moritz battling with Cameron Briggs for the final 2 semi-final places. So 3 into 2 won't go. Hugo Marsden, he's secured himself and he's not holding back either. He hasn't relaxed at all. He's keeping the pace right up, right through this. You can see the effort that the young man is putting in. He's certainly not coasting. Laying down an absolute marker for his fellow competitors, Hugo Marsden. So the young Swan paddler still not easing off with 10 to go as he crosses the line comfortably ahead. He'll look around and have a look at how far ahead of his competitors he is. He'd be pretty happy with that performance. His coach Demi O'Brien might have wanted him to ease off a little bit to save something for the semi-final, but these young men, that's just all or nothing for them. As we see Joel Moritz from Currumbin Creek, he'll take second. So the battle is going to be on for the final spot in the semi-final. It's going to be a sprint finish between Cameron Briggs and Jason Ness for the spot in the semi-final, or the final I should say. 1 to 3 straight through to the final. They'll all get a second bite at the semi, but to get through to that final, that's what you want to try and do. Give yourself a rest. Cameron Briggs will take it. Jason Ness, he'll have to back up for the semi-final. Killian Quigley will do the same. But a convincing win by Hugo Marsden in Heat 1 of that men's 14 and under K1 1000.
So that was the first heat of the men's 14 and under K1, racing over 1,000 metres, quite a long way. First 3 progressing through to the final are Hugo Marsden from Swan, Joel Moritz from Currumbin Creek and Cameron Briggs from Manly Warringah. The next 3 progress through to the final, so that is 4th placed Jason Ness from West Lakes, 5th placed Killian Quigley from Currumbin Creek and 6th placed Hugo Deng from Fairfield, and then they will take the next fastest between the gentleman who is hurtling towards the finish line now, Taj Caldwell from Illawarra, and the 7th placed from the next heat. Now our next heat are on the block, so as Taj Caldwell completes his 1,000 metre race, we'll just bring you the lineup for race 182, second heat of men's 14 and under K1. Behdad Samandarian from Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 2, Caden Lee from Mackay in 3, Koa Brody of Currumbin Creek in 4, Alexander Lines of Onkaparinga in 5, Tyson Boosink of Fairfield in lane 6, Ben Applewhite of Sydney Northern Beaches in 7, and Hugo Dooney of Manly Warringah in 8.
So away in this next heat, Hugo Dooney off to a fly, as was Tyson Busink and Alexander Lyons as well. Looks like Lyons may have got himself out to an early lead. Obviously very early stages of this race, but a great start. Caden Lee as well, getting away early in that orange cap over there in lane number 3, paddler from Mackay. Cara Brody, Alexander Lyons, Tyson Busink, Ben Applewhite, I should say, Hugo Dooney and Baydad Samandarian. But early stages, Caden Lee looks as though he has got out very quickly. Hugo Dooney as well in lane 9 from Manly Warringah, looking strong in the early stages. Tyson Busink trying to stay with him. Looks like he's just half a boat length ahead of Alexander Lyons in the early stages, but Caden Lee is the one setting the early pace of Heat 2 of this men's 14 and under K1 1000. Caden Lee in lane 3 from Mackay. Hugo Dooney from Manly Warringah in lane 8. And also Alexander Lyons there from lane 5. They seem to be 3 leaders in the early stages as they do make their way down towards the halfway point of this race. The first 3 through to the final, 4 to 7 through to the semi-final. And once again, it's a long way, and if you can save yourself a race, that's what the aim will be for these young men. Just 14 years and under. So Caden Lee from the Mackay Club, he'll hit the halfway line, halfway point in first place. Alexander Lyons in second. And then looks like Hugo Dooney and Cara Brody hot on their heels. But it's a race in 2 at the moment between Caden Lee and Alexander Lyons for the 1-2. Hugo Dooney not letting them go. The first 3 through to the semi-finals. Cara Brody battling it out at the moment with Hugo Dooney for that 3rd spot. And that express pass through to the final. The rest will back up again and have to race a semi-final. So Caden Lee, it is coached by Tony Ireland from the Mackay Club, in the lead as they approach with 200 metres to go. Not a whole lot separating them, but it will be Caden Lee to go through that marker in first place. Alexander Lyons there from the Onkaparinka Club. So with 75 to go in Heat 2 of this men's 14 and under K1 1000. And it's Caden Lee from the Mackay Club. A convincing victory for him. Alexander Lyons will take second, but the real battle will be between Hugo Dooney and Cara Brody. 1 spot left for the direct entry into the final. So Dooney and Brody battling it out for 3rd place as Lyons crosses in second. He gets himself the direct entry to the final between Dooney though and Brody. Who's going to pick up the 3rd spot? Who's got to go round once again? It looks like Dooney's going to hang on. Brody chasing hard But Hugo Dooney, he'll pick up third place. He gets direct entry to the final. Koa Brody, we'll see him racing in the semi-final. So good racing once again by these young men. The under 14s, K1 1000, heat number 2. Semi-final spots 4 to 7, they'll go through. So still plenty to paddle for as Hugo Dooney takes a bit of a swim to cool down after his race. Tyson Busink crossing the line just ahead of Baydad Samandarian. They'll go through to the semi-final as well, and then it will be the next fastest to get the semi-final spot, give themselves another chance at grabbing a spot in the final. And looks like Ben Applewhite that will be from Sydney Northern Beaches. Still needs to finish strong to try and get himself that time and give himself a chance of making the semi.
And as our final competitor in the men's K1 comes towards the line, just quickly running through the lineup of our next race, race 183 on our programme, the first heat of the women's 18 and under K1 racing over 1,000 metres. There are 2 heats. The first 4 will go through to the final, plus the fastest 5th paddler. In lane 1 from Fairfield, Elizabeth Lee. In lane 2 from Fairfield, Anthea Tan. In lane 3 from Sydney Northern Beaches, Amelie Dooney. In lane 4 from Bayswater, Zoe Moore. In lane 5 from Avoca, Emily Rose. In lane 6 from Mackay, Eden Sakura. In 7, Harper Lovett. And in 8, Lily Todd. All coached by Tony Ireland. And in lane 9, representing the Gold Coast, Leela Furness.
So away cleanly in heat 1 of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. Emily Rose from Avoca getting out well, as did Amelie Dooney from Sydney Northern Beaches. So underway in heat 1 of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. 1 to 4 through to the final. Harper Lovett, Eden Sakura, Emily Rose. All looking good in the early stages. Anthony Tan there from Fairfield across in lane 2. Looking good, as is Zoe Moore. Just trying to stick with Emily Rose, who got away really quickly off the start. Harper Lovett is there as well. So looking across the line, Finesse there in 9, Todd in 8. Love It in 7, Sakura in 6, Emily Rose from Avoca in 5, Zoe Moore from Bayswater in 4, Dooney from the City Northern Beaches in 3, Tan from Fairfield in 2, and Elizabeth Lee, Tan's teammate, across in lane 1. And it looks like Emily Rose possibly just ahead of Zoe Moore as they approach the halfway mark. So not much separating Sakura, Rose and Moore at the midway stage of this race. Anthea Tan as well, right up amongst it, as is Emily Dooney. So 1 to 4 through to the final. It looks like it could be Emily Rose out there in lane 5. Just ahead of Sakura in the green boat. Zoe Moore fighting hard as well to try and stay with her. So it looks like Emily Rose just in the lead ahead of Zoe Moore. Eden Sakura chasing hard as well. Emily Dooney not out of it. 1 to 4 through to the final. Lily Todd as well in that orange cap coming up on lane 8. Harper Lovett trying to stick with them. Top 4 through. Anthea Tan is still there. Emily Dooney still there as well. Zoe Moore with a bit of work to do to try and catch Emily Rose. Rose with about a boat or 2 length in front at the moment. But 1 to 4 will go through. This is heat 1 of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. So Emily Rose in command and in control of this race there from lane 5. Zoe Moore in 4. Then you've got Sakura, who is in lane 6. She is in 3rd place. Emily Dooney as well, and Anthea Tan. So 3 into 2. In fact, it's going to be 2 into 1. 1 to 4 are going to go through. We've got 5 in the mix at the moment for those top 4 positions. No problem at all for Emily Rose. She's home, as is Zoe Moore from Bayswater. But the real battle is on for these minors. Who's going to pick up that spot in the final? It's going to be tight. Dooney, she is going to get it. Now it's between Sakura and between Tan. I think Sakura may just have got there. Eden Sakura, I think, just pipping Anthea Tan for that 4th spot to make it into the final. As Lily Todd crosses the line just ahead of Harper Lovett. And Layla Finesse and Elizabeth Lee to wrap up the field. But really tight racing, those top 4 spots going through to the final. That was heat 1 of the women's 18 and under K1 1000.
Oh, poor thing. A capsize right on the finish line for Leila Furness. I think she's hopping back in and swimming it across the finish line, so she'll have made it. But it was a win in the women's 18 and under K1 1000 Heat 1 for Emily Rose of Avoca. 2nd, Zoe Moore of Bayswater. 3rd, Amelie Dooney by the looks of things from Sydney Northern Beaches, and 4th, Eden Sakura of Mackay. So those 4 will progress through to the final, and just missing out on a direct qualification is Anthea Tan of Fairfield, but it is the fastest 5th person, so if this is the fastest heat, hopefully she will be in the final, which is at 10:18 tomorrow morning, giving Leela time to dry out and recover, and everybody else time to refuel themselves ready for tomorrow's effort. Heat 2 is now on the starting blocks, and they're off. In lane 1, Lily Burgess from Onkaparinga, coached by Reese Bacchus, and next to her, Alicia Burrows of Westlakes, also coached by Reese Bacchus. Tara Cassidy of Bayswater is in lane 3. Then we have Tess Lever of Manly Warringah in 4 and Albie McInnes of Manly Warringah in 5. They are both coached by Scott Dunbar. Adelaide Hilton from Bayswater is in lane 6. Bianca Raywood of Currumbin Creek is in lane 7. She's coached by David Smith. In lane 8 from Fairfield, Olivia Marr, coached by Wen Tan. And in lane 9 from West Lakes, Jasmine Stoit, coached by Reese Bacchus.
So a good even start in the second heat of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. Once again, the first 4 through to the final and the 5th fastest competitor. So not a whole lot separating these young female paddlers. Looks like Bianca Raywood may just be starting to get her nose in front of this field. Taya Cassidy as well. She picked up the silver medal in the 200. She's got some early speed. Tess Lever right alongside her there, the paddler from the Manly Warringah Club. But Bianca Raywood still looking strong up the pointy end of this field. All pretty tight in the early stages as they hit about the 400 metre mark. And it looks like Bianca Raywood certainly a contender in these early stages. We'll try and see when they do hit that 500 metre mark. Bianca Raywood, Albie McInnes is right there, Tess Lever as well. So it looks like Bianca Raywood from Currumbin Creek is in the lead as they head into the second half of this race. Albie McInnes, Adelaide Hilton trying to hang on. Tess Lever, Taya Cassidy, Burrows and Burgess from Onkaparinga as well. 1 to 4 through to the final. So once again, these minor placing so important. That's where the real race is going to be. Looks like Bianca Raywood at this stage with a couple of boat lengths in the lead. She'll wrap up one of the spots going directly to the final. But from her, it's a battle between Hilton, McInnes, Lever, Cassidy, Burrows and Burgess. They're all still in the mix as they approach the 200. So Bianca Raywood leading Heat 2 of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. Then it looks like it's going to be McInnes across the line just ahead of Hilton, and then Tess Lever. It looks like your top 4 at the moment. So a bit of work to do for Burrows and Burgess, and also Cassidy. We know Cassidy is a noted sprinter. This distance may be a bridge too far for her. So between Burgess, Burrows, Lever and also Hilton, they're looking for those final spots. It's going to be taken out by Bianca Raywood. She'll go straight through to the final. She'll be joined without a doubt by Albie McInnes. But who's going to join them? It's between Hilton, Lever. I think they might be the ones to take it. Burgess and Burrows may just miss out. So it will be Tess Lever. She'll take out the 4th spot just ahead of Burgess and Burrows. Cassidy crossing the line, as is Olivia Marr. They're from the Fairfield Club.
Much closer race. So the second heat of the women's 18 and under K1 1000. was won by Bianca Rayward of Currumbin Creek. Second was Albie McInnes of Manly Warringah. Looked as though Adelaide Hilton of Bayswater was third, and Manly Warringah's Tess Lever was fourth. So those four progressed through to the final. And the fifth was Alicia Burrows of Westlakes, so we'll need to have a look and see. Looks as though she was pretty quick and may well qualify for the final by being the fastest fifth person across the line. Sixth, Lily Burgess from Onkaparinga. Seventh, Jasmine Sturt of Westlakes. Eighth, Taya Cassidy of Bayswater. And ninth, Olivia Marr of Fairfield. Our next race is off and running already, the men's 18 and under K1 1000. The first heat has the first 6 going through to a semi-final, and there are 4 heats in total. In this race, lane 1 is Tobias Sexton of Bendigo, who's coached by Tony Misson. Lane 2 is Jacob Mako of Manly Warringah, who is coached by Scott Dunbar. And lane 3 is Connor Jacob of Canning River, who is coached by Michael Booth. Jerome Drobot of Avoca is in 4. Charlie Cornwell of Mercantile is in 5. Julian Glue of Avoca is in lane 6. Lachlan Lines of Onkaparinga, coached by Rhys Bacchus, is in lane 7. Orland Rettig of Westlakes is in 8. And completing our field of 9, Thomas Russell from Geelong, who is coached by Sean McGee.
And a good start by these young men. Jacob Mako from Manly Warringah getting out well, as did Jerome Drobot. He's been joined up there by Charlie Cornwell, Julian Glue as well. Lockie Lyons from Onkaparinga, Rettig from Westlakes, and Thomas Russell from Geelong. Also getting off to good starts. It's been a across the board. Sexton as well, getting away well. So 1 to 6 through to the semi-final. And then the best time for the rest as they approach the halfway mark. And looks like could be Charlie Cornwell at this stage, all pretty tight. Drobot right there with him. And across in lane 9, Thomas Russell from Geelong. Certainly right up there at the pointy end of this race. Jacob Mako looking strong. Battling hard with Connor Jacob. So these young men, not a whole lot in it. Looks like Charlie Cornwell though. He's leading the V. Russell may be in second place. Be very tight between him and Mako. Jerome Drobot as well, and Connor Jacob. So some pretty tight racing. Julian Glue not letting them get away. Nor is Rettig there from Westlakes. He's sticking with them. Lockie Lyons as well, trying to hang on. So as they hit the 200 metre mark, it is Charlie Cornwell from Mercantile. He is in the lead. Mako from Manly Warringah looks to be in second place, but Russell having a really good paddle in lane 9, young paddler from Geelong. Mako starting to apply some pressure onto Cornwell. But Cornwell's going to take it out. 1 to 6. It's all about bragging rights for these young men, the under 18-year-olds. Big finish coming from Mako. Top 6 through, so there's no problem about these leaders making the semi-final. But Cornwell's going to take it. Mako will be second. Russell, tremendous paddle for him to pick up third. Looked like Avoca Drobot there will cross in fourth. Julian Glue there as well. And I think it may have been Connor Jacob just ahead of Orlando Rettig. All pretty tight. The top 6 going through. as Lockie Lyons crosses the line just ahead there of Tobias Sexton. So top 6 paddlers progressing to the semi-final.
And it certainly looked from here as though that was Charlie Cornwell of Mercantile, Jacob Mako of Manly Warringah, Thomas Russell of Geelong, Jerome Drobot of Avoca, Julian Glue of Avoca, and Connor Jacob of Canning River. So we'll find out once the officials have examined the footage, and then it will be the 3rd, 7th best times from these 4 heats. So heat number 2 has just started. In lane 1 we have Anderson Flick of Currumbin Creek. In lane 2, Bill McGuinn of Sunshine Coast, who is coached by Charlene Kelly. In lane 3, Tom Messenger from Queensland. In lane 4, Willem Riddington of Sydney Northern Beaches. In lane 5, Flynn Whelan of Holdfast Bay, who is coached by Luke Hannaford. In lane 6, Joel Newton of Manly Warringah, who is coached by Scott Dunbar. In lane 7, Lachlan Dickinson of Sydney Northern Beaches. In lane 8, Ryder Veering of Currumbin Creek. And in lane 9, Blake Monaghan from Bayswater, WA.
So Flynn Whelan getting off to an absolute flyer, the Holdfast Bay paddler. Will Riddington going with him in the early stages. But a really good start there by Whelan. Once again, not a whole lot separating these paddlers in the early stages of this race. Flick there in lane 1, McGuinn in 2, Messenger in 3, Riddington in 4, Whelan in 5, Newton in 6, Dickinson in 7, Veering in 8, and Monaghan in lane 9. And at this stage it looks like a battle between Riddington and Whelan. Riddington from Sydney's Northern Beaches, Whelan from Holdfast Bay. Messenger staying right with Riddington though. So as they approach the 500 metre mark, it is the Holdfast Bay paddler of Flynn Whelan. He's got about a boat length on Riddington, and he has a similar over Joel Newton from Manly Warringah. They are the 3 leaders at the halfway point of this race. Lockie Dixon still sitting in there right on the hip of Newton. Veering and Monaghan still battling away as well. As they are on the far side of that course with Flick and McGuinn. Messenger as well. So Riddington a little bit ahead of Messenger. Whelan though still looks like he's got the best of this run. Veering trying to finish strongly there in lane 8, but at the moment it is the Holdfast Bay paddler. Flynn Whelan, it is in the lead with just over 200 to go. So he's still holding about a boat length lead over Will Riddington from Sydney Northern Beaches. 1 to 6 through to the semi-final. So again, it's going to be the battle for those minor placings to get through to the semi-final. That's where the real race will be in this one. And it's Flynn Whelan. He'll coast his way to victory. Will Riddington just has a bit of a look around to see where he's situated. And the sprint is now on for those minor placings. Only the top 6 will go through. And there's a line of 6 behind Will Riddington. So Whelan crosses in first place, then Riddington. Then we've got McGuinness, Messenger, and too tight to call Newton as well was safe, but the 6th spot could have gone to anyone between Veering, Dickinson, and I think it was McGuinn. So the top 6 through, no problem about the winners, but those minor placings and the semi-final spots, we'll leave that one to the judges.
And our third heat of the men's 18 and under K1 1000 is on the start line. And they're off with Hunter Iskoff of Cobram Baruga in lane 1, Hudson Ash of Sunshine Coast in lane 2, Walter Nichols of Sunshine Coast in lane 3, Marte Eels of Manly Warringah in lane 4, Aidan Hall of Westlakes in lane 5, Jack Whitfoot of Sunshine Coast in lane 6, Archer Thornthwaite of Manly Warringah in lane 7, and Riley Heilbron of Wynnum Redlands is in lane 8.
And once again, a nice clean start.
I apologise there, Nick. I've just read out the start list for Heat 4, and it's Heat 3 that's in progress with Jesse Russell in lane 1. He's representing Mercantile. Nikar Basak of Fairfield in 2. Finley Caruana of WA in 3. Christian Ireland of Mackay in lane 4. Byron Dykeman of Sunshine Coast is in 5. Bradley Busink of Fairfield in 6. Zen Salisbury of Bayswater in lane 7. And Lachlan Bean of Ascot is in lane 8.
And they did get away cleanly. Byron Diekman certainly off to a good start. Christian Ireland as well in the orange cap. Finlay Caruana close with him out in lane 1. Jesse Russell also looking good. Mikhail Basak trying to stay with the leaders in the early stages. But it looks like Byron Diekman trying to stamp his authority on this race in the early stages. Jesse Russell across there in lane 1 in amongst it. But as they do hit that line, it is Byron Diekman quite comfortably in the lead, but you can see the pack right on his heels. Again, it's going to be a real battle for those minor placings. But in lane 5, Byron Diekman, Christian Ireland is there as well. Bradley Busink right in the mix. Lockie Bean from Ascot went away with the Western Australian Surf Lifesaving Team, so one of these multi-sport athletes, so many of them on display here at this championship. So 8 in the race, the top 6 to go through. So Diekman looking very strong in first place at the moment. Lockie Bean starting to find some form, bringing it home strongly from lane 9. So Diekman comfortably in the lead. Lockie Bean and Zen Salisbury. Bradley Busink probably just ahead of Salisbury at the moment. Ireland still in it, Caruana as well. Jesse Russell. So 2 to miss out to progress through the semi-final from this field of 8. 6 will go through. No problem at all for Byron Diekman. But you can hear the crowd lifting, trying to get these paddlers home in the final stages. Only 5 of the 6 will go through. So Diekman's certainly got it. No problem at all for him. Lockie Bean, he's safe as well. He'll come through in second place. Bussink will be there in third. I think it may be Caruana may just have missed out. Russell got himself through. Possibly it was lane 3 of Finlay. Caruana may just have missed out. Really tight racing. Mikhail Basak just bringing it through, but dominant victory to Byron Diekman in heat 3 of that men's 18 and under K1 1000.
So I guess the hope is that by being with such a fast finishing pack, Finlay Caruana might be one of the fastest 7th placed paddlers and make it through to the semi-final. But certainly going through from heat 3, definitely Byron Diekman of Sunshine Coast, Lachlan Bean of Ascot and Bradley Bussink of Fairfield. They were the top 3. Then in a blanket across the finish line, Jesse Russell from Mercantile, Christian Island from Mackay, Zen Salisbury from Bayswater. So they look like being places 4, 5 and 6. And as you said, Finlay Caruana of WA placing 7th and having to wait until the times come out to see whether he qualified or not. So I read them out before, but heat 4, it's now in progress with Hunter Iskoff in 1, Hudson Ash in 2, Walton Nichols in 3, Marte Eels in 4, Aidan Hall in 5, Jack Whitford in 6, Archer Thornthwaite in 7 and Riley Heilbron in 8.
So Whitford, Hall and Eels all getting away well off the start in heat 4 of this men's 18 and under K1 1000 race. Once again, the top 6 heading through to the final. That's where the interest has been in these heats. We've had some dominant victories, but the spots from 2 to 6 has been very competitive. Expecting it to be no different in this one. Jack Whitford there with the red-tipped ski up the pointy end with Aidan Hall and Marte Eels as well. Crossing lane 3, Walton Nichols from the Sunshine Coast. Also looking strong in the early stages. But it looks like Aidan Hall possibly out in the lead as they make their way down towards the halfway point. Hall, Eels and Nichols look to be the early pace setters. Jack Whitford just dropping off the pace ever so slightly as they hit the halfway point. So some very close racing in these under 18s. It continues to be Hall, Eels and Nichols setting the pace. Thornthwaite as well, starting to make a move. Iskov and Ash be vying for one of those top 6 positions to make the semi-finals. But Aidan Hall from Westlakes, just with his nose in front of Eels, and also Thornthwaite having a really strong finish to this race, as is Riley Heilbron across in lane 8, really finishing strongly. Nichols started to drop off, as did Whitford, possibly going out a little bit too hard too early. They should pick up the semi-final spots though, they should be okay. But it will be Aidan Hall and Mate Eels. They'll battle it out for line honours. Big strong finish from Thornthwaite and Hilbron. It is a race of tactics. So as they do cross line, Aidan Hall from Manly will take line honours. Mate Eels from Manly. Archer Thornthwaite from Manly in third. Holbron from Wynnum Redlands in fourth. Top six to go through, so it looks like Walter Nichols, after his fast start, dropped off the pace a little bit, but he'll still get through to the semi-final, as will Jack Whitford there from the Sunshine Coast. They're your top six through to the semi-final. And unfortunately, Iskoff and Hudson Ash, the Cobram Baruga and Sunshine Coast paddlers, just missing out on that semi-final. But depending on their times, they could find themselves sneaking in. So plenty still to paddle for these back markers. They need to go right through to the line, all about the times for them to try and sneak into those semi-finals. So the race never over until they cross that line.
How true that is. So fourth and final heat now completed, with Aidan Hall of West Lakes taking out the win. Second, Manly Warringah's Mate Eels. Third, Manly Warringah's Archer Thornthwaite. And fourth, Wynnum Redlands Riley Hilbron. Looked as though Sunshine Coast Walton Nichols was fifth and Jack Whitford sixth. So just missing out also from the Sunshine Coast, Hudson Ash, and eighth placed Hunter Iskoff from Cobram Baruga. But those results will be through shortly, and we'll find out then who progresses through to the semi-final in the men's 18 and under K1. We're going to stay with the K1. We'll stay with the distance of 1,000 metres, but we'll go to the women's open event, where we have two heats, with the first four progressing through to the final, plus the fastest fifth-placed paddler. In heat number one, in lane 2, from Sunshine Coast, Phoebe Woodhouse. In 3, from Currumbin Creek, Claudia Bailey. In 4, from West Lakes, Caitlin Webber. In lane 5, from Currumbin Creek, Jasmine Raywood. In lane 6, from Sydney Northern Beaches, Kaylee Harlan. In lane 7, from Queensland, Emerson Hardy. And in lane 8, from Sunshine Coast, Lani Steele. So it looks as though you've got a high proportion of members of last year's under-23 team in this heat.
Yeah, it's a quality field, and Harlan getting away to an absolute flyer out of the blocks, just blowing the rest of the competition away. Terrific start by Kaylee Harlan. Jasmine Raywood as well there, and Kaylin Webber trying to stay with her. Claudia Bailey as well, getting away well in that yellow boat across there in lane 3. But it was Harlan straight out of the blocks. But as we've seen, it's a long way to go in this 1,000 metre race. You can't afford to expend all your energy in the first couple of 100 metres. You need to save something for the back end of this race.
Yep, Kaylee Harlan, who is a gold medalist at the Under-23 World Championships in the K2 over the 500 metre distance. Looking good and strong here as she goes through the 500.
So Harlan in the lead at the halfway point of this race. Claudia Bailey also looking strong, and Jasmine Raywood as well from Currumbin Creek. She's right up there, 1 to 4 through to the final. And again, plenty of talent on display. Harland and Raywood working hard. Bailey is there, probably in third. Webber probably just back in 4th place at the moment. Big finish though coming from Phoebe Woodhouse, partnering with Sam Henson Thompson, picking up a silver medal in the mixed K2s to complete yesterday's program. So she's got a little bit of work to do to try and sneak away into that final. Once again, the fastest 5th time will join it, so she needs to go right through to the line. But Kelly Harlan will be leading with 200 to go. And then not much separating Raywood and Bailey as they hit that 200 metre. So about 75 to go now. Kaylee Harlan is in the lead, so she'll guarantee herself a spot in the final. Jasmine Raywood will do the same thing, as will Claudia Bailey from Currumbin Creek. And that fourth spot, it's going to come down to a flying finish between Woodhouse and Webber. Only one to progress to the final of those two, Woodhouse and Webber. 50 metres to go. Harlan's going to cross the line, no problem at all for her. Raywood will also get through, as will Bailey, but the real race is between lane 4 and 2. It is Webber and Woodhouse. The winner of that will go through to the final. Not much in it. Webber pushing hard. Webber just may have got there over Woodhouse to take the spot in that final, but the 5th fastest time.
Did somebody just go for a spin?
May have been a little bit of a spill in the middle of the course as well, as we see Lani Steele crossing the line.
Oh dear. Yeah, certainly looks as though in our first heat we've got Kaylee Harlan from Sydney Northern Beaches into the final. Second, Jasmine Raywood from Currumbin Creek. Third, Claudia Bailey from Currumbin Creek. And it looked as though it was Caitlin Webber, our under-23 paddler from West Lakes, just pipping Phoebe Woodhouse of the Sunshine Coast out of a placing. And it looks as though that's Emerson Hardy. I think they've lost their number, but I think Emerson Hardy still there and Lani Steele having come in 6th. So our second heat, I think there's been a false start in the second heat, so they'll paddle their way back to the start, and we've got Natalia Drobot of Avoca in lane 3, Alyssa Bailey of Currumbin Creek in lane 4, Samantha Lurie of Bayswater in lane 5, Jen Stanley of Bayswater in lane 6, Alexandra Clark from Queensland in lane 7, and Jasmine Lane from Wynnum Redlands in lane 8 in our second heat in the Women's Open K1 1000. And again, first 4 go through to the final, and the fastest 5th person. So if this is Emerson Hardy, I think she's going to be a bit disappointed, but she'll be cooler than anybody else because she's had a dip in that nice water. Oh, her boat looks a little submerged, I think is the word.
Yes, a little bit too much weight in the nose of that boat.
Oh well, all good fun. Always a good day for messing about in boats, don't you think? Never a bad day.
So away in Heat 2 of the Open Women's K1 1000, Sammy Lowry from Bayswater getting off to a really nice start. Again, a former or current surf ski paddler, switched across to kayaking. So a nice start by her. But a quality field that she's up against, so plenty of work still to do for the young West Australian. As they make their way down it, looks like Jen Stanley also up towards the pointy end. Sammy Lowry, Alexander Clark as well. But it looks like Jen Stanley and Sammy Lowry in the early stages. Alyssa Bailey and Drobot there as well. So Drobot looking strong along with Lowry and Stanley as they make their way down this course, 1,000 metres. Drobot seems to be in the lead at this stage. We'll pick them up as they do cross. In fact, it is. So Drobot from Avoca in the lead, just ahead of Lowry, with Jen Stanley right on her hammer. They're your top three. 1 to 4 will head through directly to that final. And the 5th fastest of these heats will join them. But at the moment, it looks like Natalia Drobot in the lead. Jen Stanley with her Sammy Lowry and Drobot. They are your top three. 6 in the race, 4 to go through. So once again, it is going to come down to that all-important 4th spot and then the 5th fastest time by these top 3 paddlers, looking very comfortable indeed. Drobot in the blue and orange boat, Lowry in the green, and Jen Stanley in that red boat there in lane 6. So as the approach the 200, it is Drobot in the lead. Sammy Lowry about a half a boat length behind. Stanley equal distance back to 3rd. But the real race will be between Bailey, Clark and Lane to pick up that all-important 4th spot. The front 3 now just winding it down, just looking very controlled. Just rolling the arms over as they approach the finish line. Drobot will take it out. Sammy Lowry from Bayswater and her teammate Jen Stanley. Lowry, in fact, just lifting the ratings just to get the line on us there. So Sammy Lowry will take out heat number 2, just ahead of Natalia Drobot and Jen Stanley there in 3rd. But here's the race now between these 4 paddlers. Only one of them will progress to the final. Jasmine Lane in lane 8. Alexandra Clark there in 7. And Alyssa Bailey from Currumbin Creek in 4. So the final stages, only 1 to go through of these 3. It's going to be tight. It could be Lane or it could be Bailey, but I think Lane is going to get it. So Jasmine Lane from Winnan Redlands just picking up the 4th spot. So she'll go straight through to that final and the 5th fastest time will join them. But a good comfortable victory for those lead 3. Sammy Lowry taking line honours just ahead of Drobot and Jen Stanley.
So that completes our preliminaries for the Women's Open K1 1000, and we'll move now to the Men's Open K1 1000, where we have 3 heats, with the first of each heat going through to the A final directly, and the remaining 2nd to 7th place going through to a semi-final. In our first heat, we have James Murray of INCC Yarra Paddlers in lane 1, Liam Fell from Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 2, and Lucas Raikuna from Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 3. They are coached by Jake Michael. In lane 4, Jake Morris from New South Wales. In 5, Tom Green from Queensland. In 6th, Mitchell Tamblin from Bayswater. In 7, Alex Woodhouse from Sunshine Coast, coached by Charlene Kelly. And in lane 8, Gabriel Cornwell of Mercantile.
And this race is underway already. These paddlers just heading down this course, making their way to the halfway point Tom Green getting off to an early start, and he is leading at the halfway point. Jake Morris just sitting on his hip as well, and then looked like across to possibly Ray Cooner, and then Tamblin. So over the halfway point in the first heat of this men's Open K1 1000. Tom Green in lane 5 in the lead. Jake Morris sitting with him. Liam Fell from Sydney Northern Beaches up there, as well as is Lucas Raikkonen. Mitchell Tamblin from Bayswater trying to hang on. Alex Woodhouse from the Sunshine Coast, and also Gabriel Cornwall from Mercantile. But it looks like it's going to be Green and Morris will be the two to fight it out for line honours in this one. First one to finish goes straight through to that A final. So a nice carrot being dangled in front of these two paddlers, Green and Morris, to be able to rest through the semi-final. At the moment it is Tom Green, the Olympic gold medalist, with the red cap in the lead. Jake Morris trying to hang on. 2 to 7 will go through to the semi-final. So the winner of the race gets that express pass straight into the final. So Tom Green about a half a boat length ahead of Jake Morris. 50 or so metres to go. Morris trying to get in front of Green. Green just dictating this race. Now Green just lifts that rating just to pull ahead of Morris in complete control. Morris not giving up. Green hanging on though. So Green will take it by a half a boat length. Great paddle by Jake Morris. Tom Green takes it. He goes straight through to the final. Morris progresses to the semi-final. Mitchell Tamblin from Bayswater will cross the line in third place. Lucas Raikkonen might get fourth, but the big finish coming here from Gabriel Cornwall. Cornwall, in fact, will take Raikkonen. Woodhouse then crossing the line just ahead of Liam Fell, and then James Murray. But Tom Green it will be, progressing straight through to the final.
Yes, indeed. And going to the semi-final then will be Jake Morris of New South Wales, who was second, Mitchell Tamblin of Bayswater, who was third, Gabriel Cornwell of Mercantile, who was fourth, Lucas Raikkonen of Sydney Northern Beaches, who was fifth, Alex Woodhouse of Sunshine Coast, who placed sixth, and Liam Fell from Sydney Northern Beaches, who placed seventh. And moving on to our second final, and again it's underway, they're so quick. We have Maynard Gray of Swan in lane 2, Alexander Raikkonen of Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 3, Bailey Clues, who was to be in lane 4, has scratched, Jackson Collins of Queensland in lane 5, Michael Dunbar of Manly Warringah in lane 6, Aidan Han of Fairfield in lane 7, and Samuel Henson Thompson from the Sunshine Coast in lane 8. And again, just one to progress directly to the A final, the remainder to the semi-final. Yep.
So underway in this race, Jackson Collins getting off to a good start there in lane 5. Samuel Henson Thompson as well. He likes these longer distances. He loves the distances. He actually ran a marathon in a pair of thongs a couple of years ago, so he does like the distance stuff. Got a big explosive start on him. Likes to try and keep that boat moving. At the moment it looks like it's Jackson Collins just in the lead. Sam Henson Thompson possibly in second place. A good start by the big fella. Michael Dunbar as well, trying to stay with the pace of Jackson Collins. Maynard Gray and Alexander Raikkonen. But as we see, as they do hit that 500 metre mark, it is Jackson Collins in the lead. Dunbar and Raikkonen right up with him. Maynard Gray just with a bit of work to do, just starting to drop off the pace a little bit. Sam Henson Thompson sitting alongside that line for second. Henson Thompson with Dunbar and Raikkonen. Barely clues are scratching from this race. So it is Jackson Collins in the lead. Alexander Raikkonen trying to stay with him. Sam Henson Thompson in lane 9 as well. Dunbar probably got himself up to second. It's pretty tight between Dunbar, Henson Thompson and also Raikkonen. Once again, the leader will go straight through to the final. So it looks like it's going to be Jackson Collins. So Collins in the lead by about 3 boat lengths as they hit the 200 metre line. Alexander Raikkonen is in second, quite comfortably ahead of Dunbar and also Henson Thompson. Maynard Gray now starting to lift. So all these paddlers will progress through to the semi-final. Jackson Collins will do it the easy way. He can sit in the tent and watch his colleagues battle it out for the semi-final, for the right to face him in the final. So Collins looking very comfortable in the final stages of this Men's Open K1 1000, the second heat. Alexander Raikkonen finishing strongly. Michael Dunbar will pick up third. Sam Henson Thompson finishing strongly there in fourth. Not much in it between Henson Thompson and Dunbar. And Maynard Gray just crossing the line there just ahead of Aidan Han from Fairfield.
So from our second heat in the Men's Open K1 1000, Jackson Collins goes direct to the final. And going through to the semi-final at about 2:45 this afternoon, Alexander Raikkonen from Sydney's Northern Beaches, Samuel Henson Thompson from Sunshine Coast, Michael Dunbar from Manly Warringah, Maynard Gray of Swan, and fifth placed Aidan Han from Fairfield. Our third Men's Open K1 1000 heat is underway with Chris Burns of Fairfield in lane 2, Charles Heaton Armstrong in lane 3 of Sydney Northern Beaches in lane 3, Aidan Carberry of Westlakes in lane 4, Maguire Reid from Onkaparinga in lane 5, Kynan Burke of Illawarra in lane 6, Rias Diaz in lane 7, representing Manly Warringah, and in lane 8 from South Australia, Maximilian Humphries, coached by Luke Hannaford.
And this race is underway. Maguire Reid from Onkaparinga getting a good start, already establishing an early lead in these early stages of this Heat 3. Aidan Carberry from Westlakes trying to stay with him, but Maguire Reid already a boat length in front as they make their way down to the halfway point of this race. So it is Maguire Reid in front of Aidan Carberry and Kynan Burke as well. So Maguire Reid in the lead. Riaz Diaz probably in second place, the Manly Warringah paddler just ahead of Kynan Burke. Aidan Carberry sticking with Reid as well. Charles Heaton Armstrong and Chris Burns pacing themselves together. Maximilian Humphries as well there in lane 8. But in the centre it is Maguire Reid ahead of Aidan Carberry as they approach the 200 metre mark. The winner of this race straight through to the final. So Aidan Maguire-Reid just about a both length ahead of Aidan Carberry. Carberry in second, Kynan Burke and Diaz. Not much separating those two. Carberry in second, Reid in first. First straight through to the final, the rest into the semi-final. And it will be Maguire-Reid to get the express pass. Carberry will cross the line in second. A little bit of a shootout between Kynan Burke and Riaz Diaz. Burke will take him, but both safely through to the semi-final. No problem at all. Humphreys there from South Australia, crossing the line just ahead of Charles Heaton Armstrong and Chris Burns. But it was Maguire-Reid start to finish. First one through to the final of the Men's Open K1 1000.
And the rest will progress because we needed the next 6 to go through to the semi-final. So that will be in order. Aidan Carberry of West Lakes, who placed second, Kynan Burke of Illawarra, who was third, Riaz Diaz from Manly Warringah, who was fourth, Max Humphreys from South Australia, who was fifth, and Charles Heaton Armstrong, who was sixth, Chris Burns from Fairfield, who was seventh. That concludes racing for this session. We are going to start again pretty soon at 1:30, so that's in 38 minutes time. And don't go anywhere, because in the meantime we will be having medal presentations. And the medals that are being awarded are continue some of the presentations from yesterday that haven't yet been completed, and also the long distance paddling from December. So we'll bring that to you shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to come down to the front of the grandstand for the presentation of medals. Okay, the presentation of medals now for the women's 18 and under K1 200. The medals are being presented by Kenny Wallace, Olympian, head coach of Pathways for Paddle Australia. In the women's 18 and under K1 200, third and bronze medalist representing Bayswater Paddle Sports Club, Adelaide Hilton. Please do cheer, yes. Second and silver medalist, also representing Bayswater, Tara Cassidy. And to make it a clean sweep, our gold medalist and national champion for 2025 also represents Bayswater, Claudia Ketteringham. Claudia is coached by Ramon Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and medalists in the women's 18 and under K1 200. Our next presentation of medals will be for the, staying with the 200 metre distance, the women's 16 and under K2. And again, the medals will be presented by Kenny Wallace, Olympian, head coach of Pathways. In third place and bronze medalists, Avoca Kayak Club, represented by Ashley Pegram and Ella Pegram. This crew is coached by Jared Waite. Second and silver medalists, Fairfield Canoe Club, represented by Abby Osborne and Yushin Yang. This crew is coached by Wen Tan and Dewey Andayani. Our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, Hayley Dunbar from Manly Warringah and Jessie Yu from Fairfield Canoe Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champions and medalists in the women's 16 and under K2 200. Our next presentation will be for the men's 18 and under K1 200. Presenting the medals is Kenny Wallace, Olympian and head coach of Pathways Paddle Australia. Third place and bronze medalist representing Queensland, Tom Messenger. Second place and silver medalist from Bayswater Paddle Sports, Zen Salisbury. Zen is coached by Andrew Crovers. Our gold medalist and national champion for 2025 from Avoca Kayak Club, Jerome Drobot. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our national champion and all our medalists in the men's 18 and under K1 200. Our next presentation will be for the women's under 18 C1 1000. So in our women's under 18 C1 1000. So the medals being presented by Kenny Wallace now. First of all, in the women's under 18 C1 1000, second and silver medalist was Ellie Kernahan from Westlakes Paddle Sports. And in the women's open C1, the silver medalist was Eva Bruce from Westlakes. Our next presentation will be for the men's 14 and under K1 200. The medals will be presented by Kenny Wallace, Olympian and head coach of Paddle Australia's Pathways. In third place and bronze medalist representing Currendon Creek Paddlers Club, Joel Moritz. Joel's coached by Chris Hurley. In second place, our silver medalist representing Mackay Paddlers, Caden Lee. Caden is coached by Tony Ireland. And our gold medalist and national champion for 2025 represents Swan Canoe Club, Hugo Marsden. Hugo is coached by Denny O'Brien. Please congratulate all our medalists in the men's 14 and under K1 200. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to presenting the medals for the long distance races from December 2024 that were held at the GP1 event in Adelaide, where the 16s and under raced over 2.5 kilometres, and the 18s and the opens raced over 5 kilometres. We'll start by presenting the medals for the men's K1 18 and under long distance. In third place, our bronze medalist was Lachlan Lyons. Our silver medalist, Brad Busink. And our gold medalist and national champion, Charlie Cornwell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists from the men's K1 18 long distance race. Our next presentation is to the medalists in the women's K1 18 and under long distance. Second and silver medalist, Alicia Burrows. And our gold medalist, Elizabeth Lee. Now please congratulate our long distance medalists in the women's K1 18 and under long distance. Our next presentation is to the gold medalists in the men's K2 18 and under. And our gold medalists here were Connor and Bo Jacob. Connor is accepting the medals on behalf of himself and his brother. Our next presentation will be to the women's K1 16 and under long distance. So the presentation of medals then to our women's K1 16 and under paddlers in the long distance event at the Grand Prix 1. Third and bronze medalist Jessie Yu, representing Fairfield. Second and silver medalist Ellie Neervoort. And we will also congratulate, although she's not here at the moment, the gold medalist in this event, who is Asta Mikan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the women's K1 16 long distance. And our final presentation for these long distance medals is to the women's K2 16 and under. All of these athletes represent Fairfield. Third and bronze medalists, the crew of Serena Lee and Jessie Liu. Second and silver medalists, the crew of Abby Osborne and Mia Wall. And our gold medalists, the crew of Yuxing Yang and Maya Murphy. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating Fairfield Canoe Club and these 6 wonderful athletes, medalists in the Grand Prix 1 long distance women's K2 16 event. And that concludes our medal presentations for now. Racing will resume again at 1:30.